Hey guys, so I am live once more. It's a Monday. It feels really weird to be live on a Monday. Um, hey INFJ, hey Jeff, hey Atlantic. So I clearly just hit my breaking point. I never thought my breaking point was going to be stupid macaroni and cheese. So as I sit here trying to eat my macaroni and cheese and not cry into a crumbling ball of patheticness like I was about 20 minutes ago, I'm just going live trying to get you guys to help distract me with things that will keep me and prevent me from going back into a ball on the kitchen floor crying. Um, ah, dude, you would think 6 months? 6 months, you would think it'd be enough to be like, I'm okay. But literally, I'm sitting here making mac and cheese and I broke. It's been 6 months. Literally, I haven't seen his face or talked to his dumbass for 6 months. And a box of macaroni and cheese just broke me. Ugh, fuck. Anyways, as I try and finish the rest of this mac and cheese, what's everyone else up to? Oh yeah, for the record, I would like to stop being a snot monster. It's not fun. Don't worry, I only have a little bit of mac and cheese left, and then I'll stop stuffing my face. Am I tired of crying? Yes, I am. Is there a reason why I've been going live almost every single day? Yes, because I am heartbroken. I'm trying to distract myself. I'm avoiding. I'm avoiding the real world because one, if you go into the real world, you have to be happy and chipper and social. And if I'm social, what if I meet someone? What if I meet someone and then that really does finalize everything? So I have been avoiding doing fun stuff. Like I've been avoiding going out, doing karaoke, associating myself with anybody. Like the most I'll do is I'll hang out with Heather sometimes, but Heather's about to have a baby. So I'm not even hanging out with Heather. I'm like just choosing to stay in because I feel like mentally I'm not prepared for it. Honestly, like breaking down because macaroni and cheese is clearly a cry for you're not fucking over it. Ugh. The real world does suck sometimes. At least right now. I don't know about you guys, but I can't literally I can't turn on anything on. I can't go to Facebook, can't go to TikTok, can't go to actual TV shows, the news articles, Google. I can't go anywhere without it sounding like the world is literally ending. But we're on the precipice of World War III, basically. Like in a few days, I think on the 21st, if I'm not mistaken, it's announced that Vladimir Putin's going to go public and announce something. Oh, great. He's messaging me right now. Awesome. You know how fucked up it is? To like lose 16 years all because his dumbass doesn't want to fucking try and fix what is broken in him. Like, don't get me wrong, I have my fucking faults too. But never even stood a chance to begin with because he never tried to fucking fix what his issues were that were keeping us from fucking even moving forward. Like, God, 16 fucking years. wasted on someone who I basically grew up with. It's so different than just, oh, I dated someone. Okay, we broke up, move on. It's like, no, he was pretty much my first real actual boyfriend. First everything. I grew up with him to the point where we were together so long that we literally changed. Both of us changed as people. Yet he couldn't just give me the fucking courtesy of trying to fix what his issues were before he gave up. Like, literally. All he had to do was like go to some counseling or something. And instead, he specifically told me, oh, I always knew that you were prettier and better than me and you would leave me. So I left you before you could leave me. Like, who fucking does that? Who fucking does that? Gives up 16 years and doesn't even make it worthwhile, all because they're insecure about themselves. And don't get me wrong, I've been really insecure for a really long time when I shouldn't be. I really shouldn't be. At least when I was with him, those 16 years I was with him, why the fuck was I insecure? I looked amazing. I was tiny. I was really cute. I had no issues. I still had all my hair. I didn't gain weight. I looked fucking amazing. And I had the worst confidence because every time I would go out looking pretty or anytime I would get compliments, it was hell. It was hell for me because our relationship would deteriorate. There would be fighting. There would be accusations. And so it got to the point where I literally threw away makeup. I stopped wearing makeup for an entire year, stopped trying to dress cute, stopped trying to put outfits together, stopped trying to make plans with friends. I became an absolute hermit. I lost so many friends because of him. I used to have so many friends. I would get invited everywhere. Every single day, I would have at least 5 invitations to do something or go somewhere. And I stopped doing all that for him because I knew it would make us fight. And I kept choosing him over my own damn sanity and happiness. And this fucker couldn't just give me just a few classes of self-help for fucking therapists or something to be like, oh, I know you're cuter than me and better than me, but I need to go to classes to understand that you're not going to leave me. Like, you would think after 16 years, he would get in his stupid head that I wasn't going to leave him, but he always had in his head that I was going to leave him. So he's like, well, I decided to leave you before you could leave me. What kind of logic is that? And then on top of all this, literally, I'm basically going through a divorce without the title. That is what I'm doing. I'm going through a divorce without the title, starting from scratch, completely over, completely. I'm saying I don't even have my fucking cooking utensils anymore because everything is just over, right? I'm starting from scratch. On top of that, I had to transition to make sure I keep my shit in check so I can keep my job and be able to support myself. And on top of that, I have to deal with Barbara and all these stupid, nameless piece of shit trolls that think they know me or have the audacity to associate that they know me in this community. I mean, I had people calling in, harassing me again for work, okay, from this fucked up community, trying to get me fired. But why did you move in with him? Because, Lucky, it's called being in a narcissistic relationship. It's narcissistic abuse. It's called gaslighting. It's called becoming attached to your abuser, okay? And even if he didn't intentionally mean to fuck me up the way he did, he still did it. And there would be many times where I would be like, okay, we're done. But I would never dump him. He would always be the one that dumped me. Did you know out of the 16 years I was with him, not once did I ever dump him? He dumped me more times than I can ever possibly count. I'm talking, if there was a holiday, like today's President's Day, he would have dumped me. Valentine's Day, dumped me. Christmas, dumped me. Thanksgiving, dumped me. My birthday especially, dumped me. St. Patrick's Day, dumped me. Halloween, dumped me. I mean, I don't even have to reiterate this because Facebook likes to remind me daily. Every time something pops up on Facebook, it's like, hey, here's your memories. And it goes so far back to, I think it's like 2012 when it got really bad, because that's the year that we officially really broke up, and we were like broken up for a year and a half, I want to say, to the point I finally was like, oh, I'm almost healed, I'm moving on. And what happens? He totally poisons my emotions, makes me think, oh yeah, we're gonna get back together, right? Find out he's actually seeing someone else that he was cheating on me with when he decided to go into my apartment. When I lived by myself, he waited until my birthday at midnight. He went to my apartment just to say, fuck you, you dumb bitch, I traded up, dumped me, and left, right? And it turned out he was cheating on me before that with her. And instead of saying, hey, we've been broken up, I've got other options or whatever, he literally made me think, okay, we are getting back together. And it was funny because he's like, oh yeah, I want to be back with you, right? But he's like, I don't want the title. This is back in 2012. He's like, I don't want the title, right? And so he tells me, stay home, don't go out tonight. Like a good like a good little fucking minion, right? Well, I don't listen to that. So what did I do? I hung out with my ex-best friend, Jessica, and Jonathan. I hung out with Jonathan, Ro, all of them. And we were at, I think it was Ro's house or something, and we're drinking, and we ran out of alcohol. So what do we do in our hometown when you run out of alcohol? You go to Walmart to get more alcohol before the cutoff time, right? Turns out, long story short, I'm standing in the aisle, the alcohol aisle, with my friend Jonathan. I just got my elbow chilling on his shoulder, chilling, friends, right? And I see DJ down the aisle, and I'm so excited to see him. I'm like, babe. And I run up to talk to him, and he flips out. He flips out that he sees me next to my friend Jonathan. He flips out because he's caught red-handed with the other girl that he was cheating on me with. He flips out to the point he did over $12,000 in damages to my brand new car I got that day, all because he was unattended for like 2 minutes with a shopping cart in the parking lot. Like, he went out into the parking lot, did all that damage. They arrested him, came in while I'm standing in line trying to buy the alcohol and saying like, hey, do you want to press charges? This drunk person just damaged the fuck out of your vehicle. And even at that moment, even after he was trashing me to his friends who walked in and were like, oh, you're that bitch and stuff like that, I said, I don't want to press charges. He was so drunk. He was trying to get out of the handcuffs in front of the cops. It was the worst thing I've ever seen. And immediately right after, my mom's like, I'm going to kick your fucking ass. You owe a lot of money, because he basically, she went to his dad and was like, you owe this much money. So I didn't want to be around it. So my mom negotiated on behalf of myself. And that went, they fixed that stuff, right? And then the next thing that happened was he messaged me all these messed up, fucked up messages saying like he moved on with my friend Karina at the time, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, you know what, whatever. I'm going to move on with Jonathan, who ironically enough was Karina's ex-boyfriend. Hot mess with that, right? So anyways, it's myself, Jonathan, my ex-best friend Jessica, and her boyfriend, Andrew. And we just got back from a concert in like Pomona or something. And so we're at my apartment, we're playing like Harry Potter trivia or something, drinking adult chocolate milk. He's messaging me all these fucked up things. And I'm like, dude, I'm moving on, whatever. Well, next thing you know, he's beaten down my door to the point he drop kicked my door into my face. Cops were called. My friend Jonathan kicked his ass trying to get him out of the apartment. My friend Jessica kicked his ass too, trying to keep him away from me. It was the like worst, violent, fucked up situation I've ever been in. And even after all that, even after I had to file a police report, they had to take mugshots of my face and shit. Or not mugshots, but you know, pictures of my face. I ended up taking him back. Like, I cannot explain to you, other than that example, prime example of narcissistic abuse in a trauma bond. I mean, I had been with him since, I want to say 2009, maybe even farther than that. And you get to 2012 and it's already fucking kicked in, all this narcissistic abuse in the trauma bond. And even though I'm supposed to move on, I have someone who's great that was nerdy, wanted to explore Scotland and Ireland, fucking treated me like a queen. And I decided, nope, I'm just going to break his heart and go back with my ex who treats me like absolute shit because he can't get over his own self fucking insecurities. And it's been like that off and on ever since we met. And the worst of it was in 2012. Like, I remember for an entire year and a half, I felt like I was absolutely dying, absolutely fucking dying. And the only thing that made it better, like this literal heartache to the point I felt I was dying and couldn't move on from my life, was getting back with him. Even though I knew what he was capable of, I knew what he would do to me, I knew how it would change me. And then what happens? We break up again, off and on. I find out he cheats on me. He goes to like stupid concerts and shit. He'll never admit it, by the way. He will never admit it when I've got the proof, but that's beside the point. I have been cheated on so many times by this man, it became numb. I have been broken up by this man that it became none. Every single time he dumped me and broke my heart, I became numb. So by the time it came to 2021, I was a fucking cold, heartless bitch. I had no feeling, didn't know what I was doing. I was basically just in fucking limbo land, purgatory. I don't even know what the fuck I was fighting for at that point. Because when you see your so-called significant others screen like wallpaper being a quote that says, "Don't give a fuck, they're not worth it," you literally become cold-hearted and you don't give a fuck. You do stupid shit. You do stupid shit that will haunt you in the community for fucking forever. Who cares? Yet here we are again. I am crying and missing the narcissistic abuse because of a fucking box of macaroni and cheese. Do you have any idea how fucking maddening that is? And then not to mention, what's even worse is out of the 16 years, his family became your family. He didn't want to have anything to do with my family. He like honestly would make sure he would avoid every situation humanly possible in regards to my family and my friends. But I would drop anything and everything on a hat to be there for him and his family and whatever he needed for support. Anything at all. I mean, I was having tea parties with his mother and sister and grandmother. His grandmother loved the hell out of me. She literally called him the biggest idiot when he dumped me the first time. And she always told him, like, what are you doing? Why aren't you marrying her? His grandma loved me. His mother loved me. Yeah, he had to fuck that all up because his insecure ass couldn't admit he needed help. He had a drug problem. He has an anger problem. He's got a fucking God complex problem. That's for fucking sure. And he'll never admit when he's in the wrong. See, the difference, what differentiates me from being a true fucking narcissist, like some assholes in this chase community want to categorize me as, is I can admit when I'm wrong. I can apologize when I'm wrong, and I could realize what needs to be fixed when I'm wrong. But a true narcissist, they will never fucking apologize. Even when the fucking evidence is staring them right in the face, they will never apologize. They will never admit they're in the wrong. And it finally got to the point where it was just scary. It was so scary. Ripping doors off its hinges, breaking fucking cups inches from my face. It got horrible. And then the last straw was New Year's Day. New Year's Day, he waits till New Year's Day to basically try and ruin the rest of the stuff I had left at the house. Yeah, a lying problem too. I mean, for the longest time, I didn't even know he was coked out. I didn't even know he was doing drugs. That's how fucking oblivious and innocent I was. I didn't know any of that shit. And yet, he blames me. This is the funny part. He blames me for his drug addiction because he was like, if I never met you, I never would have met the friends that you had that ended up getting me into it. And then instead of admitting he has a problem and going to, help for it, he just blamed me and got more fucking crazy. So it sucks because I feel like half the reason why I hang on is because I know he's capable of being amazing and a sweetheart and stuff like that, where it's like, I would always say, oh yeah, no, I know I love him. He treats me right. But other times it's like just gaslighting me, making me be like nothing. Like literally, he would tell me I was nothing. He would tell me I'm a fucking idiot, that I have nothing going in my life, that I have no money. And I mean, it's like, come on, I've literally had to survive and do everything for myself since day one. I don't have a family that I could depend on because my mom fucked all that shit up. And that's fine. But it's just like to not only have him hold that against me, but his sister, and it seemed like his family was doing it too. It's just like it'll break you. And so when I was in Scotland, I faintly remember some of the things that were exchanged in the argument I had with his sister. But I do remember being on the stairs screaming, I cannot wait to go back and just move on from all of you, because you people act like you own me all because of money. And you think that you're better than me all because of money. And I remember that. So regardless of how fucked this ending is and how sad I get about missing his dumbass, it's like, I gotta realize I have to do this reverse psychology and all this healing of 16 years of narcissistic abuse. And I'm not even telling you guys half the fucked up shit that went down. If I told you half the shit that went down, really, you'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? So yeah, that's why I've been live lately. Just been live talking about anything and everything to try and distract myself, because sometimes it really hurts. Sometimes it gets to the point I just think maybe if I beg him hard enough, he will take me back and I will, sign a contract, never have a phone again, don't have friends again, delete my YouTube channel forever and not be a part of the Chase community because he hates it. I won't have guy friends anymore. I won't have girlfriends anymore. It'll just be me and him, and he will be able to decide what I wear. Like, that's not a partnership, that's ownership. And I get to the point mentally where I'm considering that. Do you have any idea how fucking pathetic that is? It's bad. It is really, really bad. Really, really fucking bad. So, yeah, I may have cried like a little bitch on the floor in the kitchen over macaroni and cheese because memories. But I mean, all of this pain, all of this bullshit that I'm putting myself through, it's going to be worth it for respect. And I cannot tell you enough how good it feels, especially when it's men who you always considered, they were amazing. This is like way before I even met DJ. There were these guys who had like guys I grew up with, guys I had massive crushes on, and they always told me like I wasn't good enough or I wasn't their type or anything like that. And now they're all coming back in drones. I'm not even kidding. I rejected 4 of them yesterday alone. They're like overweight, chunky, balding. They don't have their lives together. I mean, I don't get my life together, but at least I have a fucking idea of what to focus on. This is just like a shit show of it's embarrassing that you even reached out to talk to me type thing. And you know how good it feels to reject these people? The very people that made me question my self-worth. It feels good. It feels good. And it's like when I say being single is a choice, I'm not kidding. And I just got to keep reminding myself I am better than this, and I'm not going to beg for my ex to take me back and for me probably not to survive the next round. Like, I don't even fucking know. A small piece of me hasn't even gone back to that house, even though I should. I miss my fur babies, but I haven't gone there in 6 fucking months because I'm like, what if something happens? What if? So it's just like, hence why I'm constantly live lately. I'm just trying to keep my head on and not do something stupid, not make poor choices. Don't want to make poor choices, not at all. It just sucks though, because it's like this motherfucking asshole could have given me my happy ending. We could have had a happy ending if he would have admitted, yes, I have a drug problem. Yes, I've got a fucking, I'm like insecure about myself problem. Like, They're like, did you know men who are insecure about themselves, they will treat women like shit, and then they will go and cheat on women that look just like them, if not worse. And it's not if they're pretty or not or anything. It's just based on the uglier they are, the better they feel about themselves. Hence why when he cheated on me, he cheated on me with some ugly ass bitches. I'm not kidding. And I'm saying inside and out. And it's just like, you got to have your shit together internally, mentally, before you ever fucking try and find someone, because it's wasting not only their time, but your time as well. You're destined for nothing but heartache if you can't figure out where you are before you choose to be with someone. It's just, it's insane. Ugh. Also, I'm still a snot monster. It's not fun. What's the zodiac sign? Aries. And yeah, sure, you can call me a two-faced bitch for missing him and then trashing him. But I mean, really, is it trashing him when you're talking the truth? That's the other thing. It's like, I'm not lying about any of this shit. I am speaking the truth. And okay, here's something. 2 trips. Did he break it off because you sent out nudes to other searchers? Because assholes that have no life, that hide behind fake accounts, think that they have the audacity to associate themselves with me or act like they know me. This is the funny part. There's so much fucked up history that led up to all of that. And I'm not innocent. I know I'm not innocent. I'm an asshole for that. I fucking admitted it, and I know where I am, where I fucked up, why I'm an asshole. Regardless, it's not your fucking business. That's the point. You're not me. You don't know my life or my association with people in my life. Yeah, because you watch me from your creepy ass basement, you think you're allowed to fill in the blanks and judge me? I think it's comical. At least I will admit when I'm wrong and I will fucking grow from it. And at least I will put my face on camera and show the world who I am. Sorry, Tim. I think it was always you and Huli. Leo and Aries are the bottom. Yeah, not my cup of tea. We are conserving energy. Yeah, I mean, the thing with me is when I find someone, I put 110% into it. I am absolutely head over heels, over the moon. I will do the most cutest creative things. Ugh, don't even talk about it because I don't even want to do it. You know how mentally draining it is now just even thinking about starting over? Like, it should be exciting, right? It should be exciting to be like, hey, you get to experience those first butterflies on a date and all this other stuff. And I'm like, I don't even want to fucking touch it with a 10-foot pole. I don't even want to touch it with a 10-foot pole because it's just too much for me. I'm 34. I turned 34 in January. And I'm just like in purgatory floating. I'm figuring my shit out like I was in 2012. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I swear, it almost feels like we were in a time loop. 2012 to 2023. It truly feels like the world's ending. If it's not going to be from World War III, it's going to be from like that devastating earthquake Nostradamus warned us about, or the Mayas warned us about. Like, something feels like it's on the horizon. And what's so fucked up is in 2012, I should have already been over all this. I should have been able to walk away from him, moved on, found my happiness, made it to Scotland or Ireland on my own. I would have been so much different, so much better. Yet I stuck it out again. I stuck it out and it still happened. It's like it was destined to happen. Regardless of how hard I tried to hold on, I was always going to be not with him. Like, I can't tell you how many tarot cards told me this and all these other things. It's hilarious. Yet it seems like we're in a time loop. Like, from 2012 to now, which is, I believe, 11 years, regardless of what has transpired between those 11 years, it always was going to end up like this. Can't avoid it. It came right back and bit me in the ass. So it would have been great if I figured this shit out 11 years ago. 11 years ago, I probably would have been so much more healthy, probably would have been married, had my shit together, everything. 11 years of being in the environment that wants to support you, nurture you, and show you what you're capable of instead of what your faults are. God, I can't even imagine that type of environment because I don't even know what it would be. I don't think he ever supported a single fucking thing I wanted to do. Not one single thing. So it's just like, now I got to teach myself my own positive environment through myself. And I have to navigate those waters, working full time, stressing myself out 24/7, and dealing with assholes like Barbara and other dickheads like Two Trips in chat. Like, it's hilarious. And yeah, you're right, Rob. Today's marriages are so toxic. Because that's kind of like what it is. It's like hookup culture. They don't want to slowly get to know each other, see if you're compatible, make sure that you're not wasting each other's time. It's hookup culture. It's friends with benefits, or situationships is what they call them now, where you will literally be hooking up or dating, like, quote unquote, dating someone, right, for 6 months or even a year. And then they'll break your heart and be like, actually, I don't want you to be my girlfriend. You're not girlfriend material. You're just hookup material type shit. I wouldn't know because I haven't been in that situation yet because I don't want to date, but I've seen it all over. I've seen it with my friends. I've seen it with my family before. I've seen it on TikTok. I've seen it in movies. Like, it's what we are today. We're hookup culture and it's fucking sad. Where's the romance? Where's the respect? Like, it doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, very true, Lucky. The time loop is the thrill of the chase. Probably. I mean, I don't think I knew about TTOTC back in 2012 though, because I was working on the Great American Treasure Hunt or something. Didn't even know about Forrest Fenn yet. I didn't find him till like, I think 2014 at the latest, which I think is hilarious, but hey, whatever. Live with a partner. Oh wait, live with a partner for 2 years and it all should be known during that time. I lived with him for 9. Zozo. I lived with him for 9 years. Out of the 16 years we were together, 9 of them were living with him. You would think I would have figured that shit out by then. I mean, seriously, in 2021, after he pulled that shit with me in Vegas again and just left me, just dumped me and left me and humiliated me in front of everyone in the chase, I was done mentally. I was so fucking done. I like, honestly, I came back because he came back, like he went back to Vegas and picked me up. And I remember sitting in the back of the seat, the stupid other project car that he purchased, and just like being so over it. And I got back and I was in the guest room because I didn't even want to look at him. And I was telling him, I'm like, you owe me $1,000 for every year you fucking wasted my life. And he ended up calling his mom. And I mean, I was mentally exhausted. I was like overwhelmed thinking about like, how can I pack all this shit up? Where can I go in like 24 hours? Like, I was mentally drained. And he called his mom. And I was even pissed at his mom. I'm like, I don't even want to talk to you. I'm like, I'm tired. I just want to shower. And she was like, you guys have been together so long. You have to work this out. And so he's like, I want to work it out. And I was just so tired. I was just like, okay, fine. But I wasn't in it. I was just fucking mentally done, emotionally done. And so it's like a couple weeks later, I didn't even care. I was being a dumbass talking to Adam because he was the first person that would actually genuinely talk to me and have a conversation and ask me how my day was. And he says, oh, that was the ultimate betrayal. Not that I sent pictures out, but I was actually having a genuine conversation with someone and talking about things when all I ever tried to do was talk to DJ about everything, about my feelings, about how he was treating me like shit, about my discoveries. And he would literally physically get up and run out of the room. Yet he says it's the ultimate betrayal that I tried to find comfort in someone else because he wouldn't give that to me. Like, no, the ultimate betrayal was you not being able to get your shit together and realizing you were fucking losing me right before your eyes. Yet I kept giving you chance after chance after chance after chance. And I remember when I went to meet up with my friend Raquel, I hadn't gone out in so long. This is right before my hair fell out too. I hadn't gone out in so long because I was sick with COVID. It's just recovering. And I hadn't seen her in like years. And she was like, hey, want to hang out, do karaoke, drink some drinks? I'm like, yeah. She started doing crowns and stuff. So I got dressed up like to the nines, dressed up. Where when I would walk to the bar, like walking from my car to the bar, I got like compliments left and right saying, oh my God, love your outfit. You look amazing. And I remember I just hung out with her. I didn't cheat on him. I didn't look for any distractions. All I wanted was karaoke and my friend to catch up on what has happened over the past couple of years since we've seen each other. And then I remember I got home and he was drinking and he was pissed off. And I was like, okay, whatever. So I decided to go live because I was still kind of buzzing too. And so I went live with Christy, Adam, Hooli. I think a few others were on there too. And it was like, I was literally live. They were on the panel. And all of a sudden, DJ came down and he ripped my headphones out of my ear. And he's like, you fucking whore, blah, blah, blah. You're cheating on me. I wasn't cheating on him. And it was so embarrassing for like people in the chat and to watching the stream to like hear him speak to me like that. And he's like, I'm fucking done with you, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, I accept. And I remember I ended my live stream, but I stayed on the Zoom with like Christy, Adam, and Hooli and stuff. And I was really drunk. And I remember Adam specifically said, will you date me? And I was like, I accept. And Christy was like, I'm going to get you a ticket to the UK so you could be out of there first thing. Like everything. I was so ready to just fucking move on. It was insane. And then the next morning I woke up, I sobered up. I was like thinking about everything that I put into this relationship, all the things I had in the house, my fur babies, my family, his family. And then I acted like it never happened. I acted like I didn't remember the conversation with Adam. I pretended it was just nothing. And clearly that was definitely my Achilles heel. Like that man ruined my fucking relationship just by association, but that's fine. I take complete responsibility for that. But the fact is, instead of trying to heal myself or get myself, like remove myself from that situation before I even entertain someone else, I was an asshole and I had no emotion, no feelings, no heart, didn't care. I mean, he cheated on me so many times, I didn't even fucking care. And I fucked it up. And the worst thing is when I realized, oh no, I still want to try and make it work with him. It bit me in my ass bigger than I could ever fucking imagine. Can you imagine getting your private photos passed around as humiliation? That sucked. Can you imagine the person you gave them to was behind it? That sucked even worse. Can you imagine the person that even though you unfortunately had to invite to Scotland because certain situations, and you still invite your significant other's sister to make sure nothing happens because you love the brother, he still bites you in the ass, but he waits until you get back to the States to tell her, even though you spent the entire weekend with them thinking that everything was okay. They wait until you get back home to really tell what happened. And that was back in 2021. So yeah, when they say karma gets you, it's no joke. Karma does get you. Karma got me massive. Karma bit me in the ass so massive. And I can admit when I am in the wrong. I know I was an asshole. I did not handle it okay. But still, it never, like, my relationship with DJ never stood a fucking chance since day one. because all he ever saw when he looked at me was someone out of his league that would leave him before he could leave me. So he left me instead. How fucking stupid is that? I can't. A white girl can't even with that. And so yeah, I chose to forgive certain people, and I realized they in a twisted way of fate, I think they did have my back in a sense. And I'll just leave that at that. But it just, the fucking healing is just a hot mess. It's a hot mess. You'll think you're fine 1 second, and then you're making a bowl of macaroni and cheese and you literally break down on the fucking kitchen floor. Thank God my roommate wasn't home. She'd be like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Like, she'd probably say, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you crying on the kitchen floor? It's kind of crazy. So yeah, if you're wondering why I've been going live lately, it's just distracting myself, because I know eventually I'm going to have to actually go outside. I'm going to actually have to go to the grocery store and get my own damn groceries. I'm going to have to go be social and see friends that I've been avoiding. I'm going to have to actually go on a fucking date, because why am I on these dating apps if I'm not going to go on a date? I'm going to have to go into my actual work of my office, the work that I'm at, and be like, hi, I'm part of the work culture. I'm going to eventually have to do that. But right now I'm just like, nope, I could stay in my little tiny room and hide from the world and pretend it's okay. When clearly it is not. It is not okay. Hold on. And then, like, what really pisses me off too is all this shit happens, right? All this shit happened, but I've been in his life and he's been in my life for 16 years. And so he was like, well, we can still be friends. And I'm like, okay. And before I moved in here, it was like 2 weeks of us just being friends. And it was better than what we had as in a relationship. Like, it was sad to see it that way. But then it just proved to me even more so, it was never my issue. It was his issue. It was his internal issue that we weren't happy. Because the moment he didn't see me as a girlfriend who could leave him and break his heart, it was fucking awesome hanging out with him. It's the same shit that we did in a relationship, minus the whole insecurities of, are you going to cheat on me? Or are you going to leave me? Shit like that. And so that's why I left my stuff at the house, because I was like, oh, we're on good terms. I could come back for it later, you know? And it just blew up. It blew up out of proportion. Like, it was insane how bad it blew up after that. And he decided to cross that boundary. And now he's saying, I can't even be friends with you right now, because every time I feel like I'm okay and you text me, I break down again. Like, why are you telling me to be friends if you can't even handle being friends when you're the reason why this whole thing is like a shitty situation? I mean, it got so bad, you guys, that at one point he just started calling me bro and said he'd have a better relationship with the blow up doll. Do you know how mortifying and humiliating that is? To hear your so-called significant other tell you that he'd have a better relationship with a fucking blow up doll. That's something I'll probably never get over, to be honest. But yeah, it was so downhill. It was ridiculous. And the fact that I wasn't allowed to dress up and look cute when I went out with my friends, even my family, his family, it never mattered. It never mattered. Never stood a fucking chance. And do you think if my 16-year-old self would have understood and knew that, she would have actually put herself through this fucking torture? Probably not. Absolutely insane. But regardless of where I'm at and how fucking emotionally traumatized I am, I still am figuring it out. I'm doing it on my own. I don't have anyone taking care of me. I'm taking care of myself. That is the most self-gratifying thing to think about right now, is I'm taking care of myself. Nobody pays my bills except for me. Nobody takes care of me. Nobody tells me what I can do, what I can wear, who I can talk to. And now I'm like, I respect myself. So I will not associate myself with dipshits that are going to bring me down or be a hot mess of drama or don't have their life figured out. And I'm not saying like, if you don't have your life figured out, don't talk to me. I'm saying, look, if you're not even trying to find ways to benefit and create a better future for yourself, why the fuck are you trying to drag me down? Like, I don't want to be a part of it. So when I choose to go live and spend my free time going live and talking about whatever the fuck I want to talk about on my channel, it's because I choose to. It doesn't mean I don't have a life. I have a life. I could be reading books right now. I could be hanging out with my family right now. So many different things, but I choose to hang out with you guys in the Chiefs community because it's my happy place. It's always been my happy place. It's what got me through my deep ass depression of being with DJ. Like, I never understood depression until I got in a relationship with him. Like, how crazy is that? I got super depressed because I realized I was never going to be enough for him. So what I did instead was just get lost in this thrill of the chase. And I would work on the 9 clues. I would, like, before I ever knew about TTOTC, I didn't like anything about, you know, the Rocky Mountains or mountain men or anything like that, or trappers. It's stuff that I used to like cringe even thinking about. And now it's all I know. And I like it that way. I do. It's my happy place. Hold on. Putting link in chat. Also, I cannot breathe again. Why am I such a snot monster? I'm legit a snot monster and I don't like it. And like, trust me, I get shit all the time for saying stuff like this on my channel. And it's like, this is the thing. I never promised my channel was going to be strictly TTOTC content. My channel is my channel. It's like my diary. It's my venting. It's my therapy. It's my happy place. And I don't need to apologize for that. Hey, Tish. Yep, that was fun. Blow up dolls are full of hot air. Okay, there's the link. I know last night definitely went beyond what I was gonna go live about. I ended up leaving my own Zoom because I was like, I want some cereal and I want to go to bed. I see you trusted. I see you trusted. Is it working? I see he's trying to connect. Hey, trusted.
Hello, young lady.
Hello, hello.
You know, venting is good, but you know, you always have to learn lessons from your experiences. And if you don't properly learn the lessons, they revisit you over and over again.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I'm going to try to breathe real fast. Oh my God.
How you feeling now? Are you feeling better than when you started?
Yeah, it's just my nose keeps getting fucked up for some reason. It's like I would like to breathe through my nose. I'm such a snot monster.
Yeah, it's no fun being congested.
Nope. So I saw you guys had a party.
Yeah, I did not I did not hide Bill or block Bill or remove Bill's comments. Either somebody else did it or he did it himself.
I don't know if you can hide yourself from a chat, can you?
No, but a person could go back and retract their comments because they're ashamed of what they just did.
No, it would still show that they deleted it. I think someone blocked him. Which is fine. I don't really care. He was making mean videos on me again anyway.
Yeah, I had seen some short pop up that had your face on the front of it. You know, he got his own issues and he's trying to make himself feel better about himself by putting down other people.
Yeah, I understand that. And I mean, life's too short to do shit like that. And that's why I try to avoid all that shit. But sometimes it gets to the point where you have no other choice but to address what's going on. But now it's like when I look at Barbara and how she constantly talks about me, I just see her as this pitiful, sad human being that didn't have enough friends and family to reach out to really be able to get talked down from the ledge, pretty much. Like she's on the edge of everything right now.
Yeah, that last live one, I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but from what I watched, you know, I said it yesterday, I think, but I'll say it again. She opened up a new door when she started venting about her job and where she had worked at. And instead of trying to use it as a prop to put herself up on a higher pedestal, she was actually venting about all the bad shit, not all of it, but the basis of bad shit that was going on at that place that troubled her. And that's a good thing for her. I mean, you know, if she's willing to go to that point in therapy, she should be willing to go further. And a good therapist could help her if she wanted to get help. But I don't think she wants to get help. I think she's on a path. Her path is to find surrogates that hurt her that are similar to what hurt her in the past and become victorious and beat them up for what somebody else did to her.
Yeah. I mean, I could definitely sympathize with that.
Oh, it happens. I mean, it's very natural that people do it. It's just, you know, to learn to be able to study people and say, okay, yeah, that is what's going on there. And because I know the surrogates that she's going after and actually creating, she created these surrogates. Let's not forget about that. Her behavior created the surrogates that she's attacking. But when you learn that, then you can forecast in a reverse direction on what had happened in the past. And the connection with what happened at her job directs the path. I mean, it puts a trajectory. It's like, okay, I know what's in the deep past that she does not want to face. And she doesn't have to face it out in public. She doesn't have to tell people about it, but she really should talk to a good therapist about it to help her put it to rest.
Yeah. Ow. Sorry, I'm getting bundled back up in my bed because it's cold and blankets help me survive. And Street is slowly trying to connect. Ugh. I need more blankets.
Oh, he's caught in the vertigo or the vortex?
Yeah, he's in purgatory right now. Purgatory. Whew. Okay, what's going on in the land of my chat? I left in 2006. Left what in 2006, JK? Yeah. I don't know. It's like with Barb and her on the ledge, like a part of me wants to try and help her and talk her down and stuff, but another part just wants to be like, go fuck yourself. I want nothing to do with you.
Yeah, I mean, she just wants to beat up her surrogate. So, she's just going to look at a surrogate being empathetic and trying to help her as a weakness. And then she will try to exploit the situation. And, a surrogate can't help them. They can't help a person like that.
Yeah, like you can't help someone until they help themselves. Or help themselves, whatever. What's going on in the land of Discord? Hey, Street, can you hear me? Hold on. Street.
Hey, what's up?
There you are.
Hey, Miss A Street.
How's it going, Trusted?
It's going pretty good. I've been having fun playing around with Google Maps and the Bighorn Medicine Wheel again. And I sent some information to Troy. I think he may be going live. I don't know when, but probably in the near future, and talk some about it.
Nice.
Fascinating. I did want to look deeper into that book I was talking about from before. I think it might hold the key to some things.
The As Above, So Below book?
No, the Artifacts of the Rockies or whatever from Virgil Y. Russell.
Okay.
Like that book is what inspired him to become a collector in the first place. And I know there's like so many layers to all of this, and don't get me wrong, I still 100% support my whole concept of the Grail School of Knowledge and the society stuff. Like I know that's real, and I know it goes back to the 6th century, the 8th century, the 12th century. It's all through there, right? I know that's real, but there's another layer to it, and I think that another piece was finding someone wanting to be a part of a collection too. There's just so many pieces and so many different layers. I don't even know how to explain it at this point. Regardless,
Yeah,
all goes to the stars.
that's what my computer looks like. So many bits and pieces and layers, and because that kind of research, I don't discard something even if I'm not using it, or I don't think that it's associated, because it might be associated, and then all I have to do is search more for it. But then I end up with such a mess of files that it becomes a search in and of itself to find something.
That's literally what happens to me when like I find something, I'll take a screenshot of it. And 99% of the time, if I do not take a screenshot of that thing, I eventually need it. And I'm like, wait, where did I see it? Where did it go? I need that. That's a missing piece. That makes sense for this piece. So I always just take screenshots now, regardless if I think it's like going to be put into play or not. I'm like, nope, better save it. It's going to come into play sometime or another.
Yeah, Vera used to say, probably 10 or so years ago, she used to say, I know what I'm going through is a learning experience to prepare me for the future, but I really don't know what that future is. And I think that's true for all of us.
I mean, it's true. It's definitely true.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that statement, Trust.
Dude, did you know Monday and Tuesday we intercepted Russian fighter jets at the border of Alaska? Monday and Tuesday.
No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. Russia is sending fighter pilots to our borders, and we're intercepting them right now. And Putin is supposed to be going and making an announcement, I think, on the 21st, which is tomorrow, which that's terrifying.
Well, I think they've always done that. I mean, all the major powers of the world have always done that, but it doesn't end up out into the public.
Well, see, this is the thing. Ukraine and Russia, they've been like fucking butting heads since last year, right? That's like Russia's an asshole for doing it. But we were, told that Ukraine is doing some biochemical warfare, but then now allegedly the US have evidence that Russia has done war crimes, right? Like actual evidence that they've done war crimes. And the whole concept is we were going to avoid World War III as long as we did not get boots on the ground in Ukraine, supplying them with more, warfare and shit like that, right? To help support them in the war against Russia. And now, because we have evidence allegedly that Russia is in fact doing war crimes, we now find it that we do in fact have to be boots on the ground to support Ukraine and give them the missiles and all that other shit needed to win the war against Russia, which then enacts World War III and shows that, what was it, fucking China and what was it, North Korea? North Korea are like teamed up with Israel and fucking Russia and shit right now.
I believe it.
It's like NATO, we're part of NATO. NATO's badass, but it's also totally fucked. Like, for one, Russia has a missile weapon that can create massive tsunamis wherever they target it. And more than likely, they're going to either target at Washington or New York. One of those two. If not, Los Angeles.
There's a good likelihood that the tsunami that messed up Japan was man-made.
Yeah.
And there was a so-called security camera that was put into the Fukushima plant. And we know about cameras and security cameras. There doesn't have to be a security camera that stands friggin' 8 feet tall and 3 feet wide and 3 feet deep. That's not the exact dimensions, but it's similar to that. Some guy had done a video on that and showed the type of nuclear bomb that is that same exact size of this so-called security camera that got moved into Fukushima.
Well, did you read that a couple of weeks ago? I think it was like a month ago. There was a biochemical weapon that got lost in transport that is the size of a fucking Tic Tac.
No.
Yeah. It is the size of a Tic Tac. And they don't know where it is. It just magically got lost off of transport. It fell off of a truck in transport. And they're like, oh, by the way, if you see something that's the size of a Tic Tac, please proceed with caution because it's like biochemical warfare.
Yeah, I mean, things like that don't fall off the back of a truck.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
I mean, do these people think the public's stupid?
Well, I think all these things that are claiming aliens, which by the way, think about this, Treston Street. The conspiracy theorists have been saying since day one, aliens exist, right? Aliens are real. And now that the rest of the human population are saying aliens, it's aliens, the conspiracy theorists are like, nah, bitch, it's not aliens. Wake up. Like, do you know how fucking hilarious that is?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. But the long-term goal between the United States and Russia is not war, it's cooperation. There has been in existence a plan to build a tunnel from Alaska to Russia underneath the ocean. The biggest obstacle is the amount of wilderness type territory, barren, whatever it is, Siberian, friggin'
yeah, and you know what they did back in God, it was like early, I think World War I, when they had the balloons and stuff. This isn't the first time they did balloons, but the first time they did the balloons, they were letting them go in our forests and all kinds of other stuff, and people couldn't understand like why this was happening, and it was because they were spraying like pesticide and all these things to get us sick because they were trying to deplete our food source.
Well, the Japanese during World War II put up 6,000 balloons.
Yeah.
And there's an upper jet stream that goes to North America. And hundreds of the balloons were recovered in the United States, but it wasn't put out into the newspaper.
Yeah.
The balloons carry things like incendiary devices. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of forest fires that have happened in our country over the decades have been started in that type of manner.
And like, you know what I sometimes think about, and this is just like my own imagination running wild, right? So was Ukraine ever in what's the right word? In league with the United States? Were we ever teamed up or anything with Ukraine? Because I was under the impression that Ukraine was always like that one country that we never really got along with, right? So what if, we don't even know this, but what if Ukraine and Russia are like conspiring with each other to go against us? Because right now we're trying to support Ukraine, right? And because we're supporting Ukraine, our economy is going to shit. And it's about to get so much worse, because if we're World War III, they're going to have drafts. There's going to be so much shit, right? But then what if once they deplete all our funds, our economy goes to crap, we lose our top men or whatever, then they're like, actually, we've been teamed up with these guys over here, and this is how we figured out how to take y'all out. Because everyone's been trying to take the United States out forever, because we're allegedly, the biggest threat, because we have all the like nuclear bombs and food source, like everything. We're a big pain in the ass pretty much. And everyone else who says they're on our side through like NATO and stuff is just like they had no choice. Germany had no choice, all that other shit. Like Germany wants to kick our ass too. So what if it's all just a farce? Like what if Ukraine is really doing something else and we won't know it until we've depleted all our resources?
Well, the irony is, and yeah, there is a farce position about it, is that the former Soviet Union colonized the Ukraine. The majority of the population came from Soviet citizens. The current population today are former Soviets. And I mean Soviets that came from Russia as Soviets, moved to the Ukraine and colonized in there. So no matter what position they're taking today, the majority of them, and I'm sure they found their ways into top levels of government, even after the Soviet Union collapsed. So it's kind of like a freaking joke, and it's not a good joke, it's a bad joke, that the Ukraine has come to the United States and been given $150 billion to defend themselves against their own cousins.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's like calling up Putin and say, hey, Putin, guess what? We're going to send you technology. We're gonna train people to use all our equipment. It's insanity that any president would even consider doing that. Any legislature would consider doing that, but they did it.
If you think about it, it's almost like a reverse Trojan horse, right? So with like the Battle of Troy and everything, they made a Trojan horse and they said, oh, this is our white flag, this is our peace, right? And they ended up hiding an entire army inside the Trojan horse, and them not inspecting it. They're like, hey, they want to make peace with us, let's bring it in. And while they slept, they murdered all those people so that they could have an advantage and win the war, right? Well, when it comes to war, there are no fucking rules. And it doesn't matter if it's like, hey, we need help in this war. And then once they deplete all our resources, all our people, they could be like, gotcha. Like there really is no fucking rules in war. And so I know this probably pisses a lot of people off for me even like imagining or considering this is an option. But with war, there are no fucking rules. And so there are no limitations. So literally yesterday, I was literally thinking about it. I'm like, what if, because it makes no sense. Why are we, because people are claiming the real reason we're at war with Russia and the Ukraine and all that shit's happening is because Ukraine was caught creating chemical labs and shit for biochemical warfare and crap. Which is a no-no. That's like an instant no-no with NATO. You cannot do shit like that. Yet they were caught, and allegedly it links back to us, which is insane, but I'm not surprised. Like, we've got the shittiest fucking president in the history of presidents. And so it's just like, even this, what if Biden isn't even on our side? What if he's trying to take us out internally? Kind of seems like he is. I cannot even fathom how one man as a president can really fuck up this magnitude. We've had how many presidents? And it's finally down to him that we're like fucking on World War III's doorstep. Like, it's happening. It just hasn't been announced yet.
Well, even the last president before him, President Trump, he has his connections to Russia. And I'm not talking about this supposed messing with elections or any of that. He has a business relationship with Russia. I mean, they
and he made sure we were
Trump
fucking
building in Moscow.
But he made sure we weren't fighting at least. And yeah, ever since this shit with Ukraine has been going on with Ukraine and Russia, the ruble is through the fucking roof. Their economy is booming while ours is literally depleted and absolute shit. Don't you find that a little interesting? And then the whole oil thing, all his like assets and crap that they're trying to seize and take over, they can't find it. And all these people, these bigwigs that are associated with being his like henchmen, are all being found murdered, and they don't know where their assets are. Honestly,
Well,
it looks like this is the Trojan horse on how they take us out.
There are people that know where all the assets are. And the way the world works is when these wars get started, and wars are started by corporations in order to make profit, and then you have the corporations that are bankers, they literally are holding those things. So when war happens, like Saddam Hussein, we got to get Saddam Hussein, we got to get him. Well, Saddam
but we did
Hussein
that ourselves. We did that internally. We fucked all that up when we fucking sent George W. Bush Sr. over there, killed the fucking leader that was keeping all those asshole terrorists in check. And because they got rid of that person, they were then not having anyone to keep them in check. And that's why we have all this crap. In my opinion, the whole fucking Two Towers was an inside job. It wasn't for fucking terrorists. Where do you think the concept of ISIS came from? It's not fucking terrorist shit. It's internal.
Yeah, but it's not us. It's the people that are controlling our country. If we had a say in it, if you had a say in it, if you had a vote in it, you would not vote that direction, I'm sure.
Well, regardless, we are days away. Probably tomorrow we'll find out if we're actually going to be drafted in World War III. Because why else would fucking Putin make such a huge deal about making a statement tomorrow after we literally had Russian fighter pilots on our doorstep? They have the submarines on our doorstep.
Yeah, okay. So what's the end result of that? The end result is to draft people, like you're saying. Okay, what people are they drafting? They're drafting the people of fighting age to go out so that they're no longer in our society to defend against the tyranny that's going on within. That's what war does. It's not about defending our country, our border. That's a crock of shit.
It's always just about profiting and resources. It's never
Yes,
about. Street, are you still
yes,
there? Street?
Yes.
Oh, you're being quiet. Scary.
yes. It is always about wealth redistribution when it comes to war.
J.K. Prider's like, there will not be a World War III. You're right. If there's not a World War III, it's because the earthquake took us all out. See, even Lily says she's worried. What's your thoughts, Street? What do you think's going down?
Man, it's the usual game. It's just each generation it gets up the notch, man. They take it farther and closer to the edge, man. I've seen it. Hell, I don't remember it, but the Cuban Missile Crisis back in Kennedy's, the shit with Russia and us, like someone in chat said, it hasn't stopped. World War II never stopped. It didn't. It just went cold, or how they call the Cold War. It went to, and I said the other day, I remember when it was in the 70s. Russia was quoted as saying, I forget which leader was in there, but it was quoted. He was quoted as saying, "I will defeat the United States without ever firing a weapon." And it was financial, drugs, all different type of shit. Now we have the internet. Holy cow. They can reach out, and I'm positive we do too. We're no different, like Truss alluded to. We're no different in this game. Every major player in the world, every major country, they play these sick, demented fucking games. And it's disturbing to me because without us, they're nothing. And yet they treat us like we're nothing. We don't have a point. We don't have a concern. They can throw us into chaos, and we have no fucking choice, man. It's disgusting. It's a helpless feeling.
Yeah, and they literally will lie, cheat, steal to push a false narrative to make you think you're doing something that's honorable and right and fighting for your country. But in actuality, you're just selling out and doing what the old man wants to profit. That's literally what Forrest was telling us in My War for Me. Like, he was tricked into believing a false narrative, and he killed people all because of lies and destruction and greed. And it never stopped. It never fucking stopped. Why is Davey B in chat saying what the fuck in all caps?
Go back through all written history. There's always nations warring. But the number 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, they're all.
Oh, my favorite is the Norse. You know, when Gertrude and what's his name? It's just basically they were like fucking sacrificing kingdoms and villages all because of a fucking king and how he wanted to lay claim to all the land. He was like, there's only one God. You can't have multiple gods. There's only one God. So I'm going to sacrifice my people so that I can take your land and then justify it by saying my God is better than your God, even though it's the same fucking God. Like, how fucking psychotic is that? And they got away with it because they're from royal blood?
Well, the common denominator here is every country has a god, and they're all freaking aliens, and they don't want to admit it. That's the ironic part of all this.
Exactly. And the worst part that pisses me off is ever since the dawn of time, women have been fucking treated like property. Like, they literally traded women for the royal bloodline to barter kingdoms and stronghold their bloodline and their armies for even more land. And it hasn't changed. Now we don't have crowns. Instead, we're told what we can do with our bodies and how we could dress. If we get raped or anything, it's our fault for choosing to dress the way we did. It's never the men's fault. It's always the women's fault. And now, how dare us want to be treated like an equal to a man? But when we say, okay, well, if you can't treat us equal to a man, we don't want someone who's transgender going up against us because it's not fair physically. There's a war about that. There's war with religion and politics. There's fucking politics
that don't even make sense. There's religion that literally shows that the fucking Pope and the bishop in them are absolute creeps that destroy families, take and kidnap children, do god awful things to them, murder them, cover it up. And when they get caught, they don't even get fucking blamed or like they don't even get put on trial. They just cover that shit up. These are the assholes that run our country in the world. Drives me
Scary,
absolutely
isn't it?
bonkers.
You're absolutely right about those things. That's the element that has to be dealt with.
Yet the moment you look at, like, prime example, Cleopatra, she found a way to use her sex as a weapon. Her sexuality and her way to hypnotize men and mold them to her findings and her use. That was pure genius. Not only did she have Caesar wrapped around her finger and she had kids with him, she also freaking had Mark Antony around her finger. She literally ran nations and kingdoms by just using her sexuality and her wits. And yet people say, oh, if women run the world, we're doomed. Bitch, are you kidding me? Men have been running the world for how long? And it's only when women actually have control that there's some fucking actual shit that happens. Like, it drives me crazy. We need more women leaders, not and it's not to be sexist. It's literally just the way how the system is rigged. That's what drives me crazy. I'm sorry, I don't want Biden running my fucking, like, what I'm gonna do, what's gonna happen, if there's even gonna be a tomorrow when I wake up. He's got fucking dementia. He's literally the worst president we've ever had in the history of presidents, and I'm even including Nixon.
Actually, we don't need any leaders at all. These leaders, all they do is lead us into war.
Well, we're always going to need a leader, because if there's nobody to claim the title of the leader, we're all going to fight each other tooth and nail. So regardless, if you want to make it just and fair and say, hey, we're not going to have any leaders that are superior above everyone else, everyone's always going to make an egotistical thing, and they're going to think they're the ones that qualify, and that's how you get wars to begin with.
But if our representatives were actually just representatives like they're supposed to be, and we had a say so, then what we actually would have would be a democracy.
Yeah, we tried that, and that didn't go well either,
No.
because they rigged it.
That hasn't happened yet.
I mean, it kind of did in the time of Cleopatra.
Well, I'm
Am I
not sure
wrong?
what's going on with the time of Cleopatra, but the couple hundred years that the United States has been in existence, it has not yet been a democracy.
We need smaller government to follow the Constitution. Yeah, there's just like, I love how I go from just bitching about my mental breakdown and being sad about my breakup to now I'm bitching about fucking when women were used as bartering chips for kingdoms to now fuck Biden, he's ruining the world. Like, welcome to my channel, you guys.
You're working through it. Good for you. You're working through it.
Wait a second. You forgot the part that every one of these so-called rulers, they all had a first lady also. We don't know what level of influence their first ladies had on them.
Well, I mean, I think it's safe to fill in the blanks and look at the fact that, like, Cleopatra, she wasn't anyone's, mistress, or, well, I mean, she was their mistress, but she wasn't anybody. She wouldn't bow down to man, right? She was either above them or she would find someone that was her equal. She was never below man. And these other women throughout history, for these, like, prime example, I feel really bad for whoever had to be at the side of Emperor Nero. Emperor Nero is like the worst person on the planet aside from Biden. He ruined so much about politics and religion and everything. Emperor Nero is the reason why we're in the shit show to begin with. So whoever was his leading lady, how did she sleep at night? Because that had to have been the fucking worst.
Well, currently President Biden has his first lady, and he's demented and on drugs, and she's the one that administers the drugs to him.
Well, did you see? I think it was last week. He like walked up, and he like I think it was Kamala Harris's husband ended up kissing Biden's wife, if I'm not mistaken. Like they walked past each other in front of everyone, right? And they literally kiss each other on the mouth in front of everybody.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, it was Biden's wife and Kamala Harris's husband.
Okay, so now you see the real. Now you see the real head of the United States.
I was like, bro, is this a twisted version of fucking Scandal over here? Like, what is happening?
Yeah, so Mr. Harris is using Kamala as a puppet, and Mrs. Biden is using her husband as a puppet. So there's our real shadow government.
Yeah, I mean, I could agree with that. I could see that. It's just like, it's so sad because even though they say we chose Biden as our representative and our leader, we didn't. There was such a rig that it did not happen like it was supposed to happen. And so when it looks like we chose Biden to represent us. And so the rest of the world is looking at us like we are fucking pathetic pieces of shit. And we don't even deserve to have the title that we do because of all the fucked up shit that happened. Like just what was it, last year or 2 years ago? I think it was like beginning of last year, right? Biden's like, oh, I'm gonna pull out all our troops and we're gonna leave a bunch of casualties behind and they're gonna die and we're gonna leave all this equipment, but it's not our fault. It made us look fucking horrible in front of the world. Horrible. It just keeps continuously showing that we are such a fucking target to all the other countries that if they want to take our power, they probably could, just because we're being ran by the biggest dipshit we've ever had in history.
I look at, you started out when I first popped on, you were into the relationship thing. And that's basically, think about it. That's what we as citizens are in this country. We're in a bad relationship that we can't fucking get out of.
We're being gaslit.
Yeah, they're pulling out all the stops on our ass, man. And we just can't, we have no place to go. There's no homeless shelters for us. There's no place we can fucking go.
Well, not to mention, if you control the water, control the food, you control the masses. And what are they doing? They've been burning the food plantations. Now they're trying to get rid of our water with all these random ass chemical spills. Like, we're going to have no other choice but to rely on the government to even survive. And that's why they're buying up all the farmlands and stuff. And if they can't buy up the farmlands, they're poisoning the feed for the chickens so that they can't produce eggs. It's so fucked up. And it's like, is it coming from internally or is it external?
It's internal because there's an aquifer that's underneath Colorado that is the world's largest freshwater aquifer that has been tapped into, but more importantly, the rights to those aquifers have been divvied and sold. That aquifer is so deep that the aquifers that we currently use in our country are the ones that they're contaminating, so that whoever controls the deep aquifer controls the water supply for our entire country. That chemical spill in Palestine, Ohio, where, they're like, oh my, we got this, hydrogen chloride that has been spilt and it's a terrible thing and can poison the water. Yes, it can, to a limited fashion. But once they set it on fire, it turned into dioxin in them plumes, which then spread it out through vast areas of our country where when it goes down to the ground, and it will go down through the ground through rain, it's not the fact of it being acid rain that's the problem. The fact is it brings the dioxin down to the ground, it binds to the soil and percolates down into the water table. And it's the most nastiest chemical. It's the chemical that when people that deal with incineration of domestic waste, for example, you know, your rubbish, your trash, that's the one thing that they have the hardest to deal with. It's a nasty, nasty chemical. My in-laws, I got in-laws that are chemical scientists, and I had a discussion about it when I was discussing on how municipal waste should be processed, and that's what the conclusion was. The most difficult thing to deal with is dioxin when the polyhydrogen chloride is burned.
That's the worst. I feel like we're all fucked up and in timeout, and now the Anunnaki, the real parents, the real babysitters are coming back to put our ass in check because we couldn't handle it on our own.
And we're so ignorant, it has to be so devastating. We never want to go back there again. That's how ignorant humanity is as a whole.
Well, you know what's funny is they claim that, you know, again, we're actually aliens from the future, right? We fucked up so royally that we mutated ourselves into looking what we perceive aliens to look like. And they claim that they came to us from the future because they're trying to stop us from World War III, because if World War III happens, we're going to literally destroy the planet. And so it's funny that how we're on the brink of World War III and there's like all these weird sightings. And I'm not talking about the shit that they're shooting down or like the balloon or anything like that. No, I think that's the government being stupid, whether it's our government or another government. But I'm talking about the green lasers that were just randomly seen in Hawaii, or the spiral in the sky. Have you seen the spiral in the sky, Street?
Yeah, over in China or something, wasn't it?
Maybe. I thought it was. Yeah, I think it was actually. That shit ain't government made. There's no way. That's the symbol that you see throughout time and history for all mankind. Is that symbol, you know? It goes from Chaco Canyon to the ancient Egyptians to the ancient Druids. Like that spiral symbol is what they've always drawn throughout history.
Oh, that can be man-made created. That's what HAARP does.
They can make that symbol in the sky.
Yeah.
I don't trust that one. I think that one's aliens.
Well, okay, look. Sorry, Trust, go ahead.
They can make what we know from the past known as El Nino and La Nina. When they converge their HAARP microwave fields and converge out at a location, it excites all the atoms, and they can increase temperature or they can decrease temperature, and they can make clouds form circles. They can make rainstorms. They can make all kinds of havoc. You know, when people are talking about weather weapons, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about HAARP, and it's real.
My brain can't fathom this anymore.
Well, look at science labs that do studies on animals. They're not too friendly and kind to those animals. Now, widen that out to the big picture. If we are a science lab, and I think we are, yeah, they have no compassion toward. There might be limited. There might be one of them or two, like a lab here on Earth that's compassionate and feels for it. But overall, nah, these visitors from another planet, they have no compassion towards us.
Well, remember how I talked to you about BlackRock?
Yeah.
Well, guess who they found out owns the trains that have been derailing?
Northern, Southern,
BlackRock.
BlackRock.
Yep. They're the ones that own all these trades that have suddenly been derailing with all these chemicals. And they're also the ones that are owning the stocks for petroleum and everything that's been in inflation right now.
Well,
Like, it's insane.
the laboratories that experimented on animals, when I was a teenager, the first time I got to see one of those locations was in a dingy old basement in a big hospital in Boston.
Jeez.
And we were there to remove rabbit cages to take them out to be clean. And when I was in there getting the rabbit cages, I seen the different rooms, and I seen where they had prairie dogs, for example. Walking down the hallways, I seen the jars of things that had to do with the animals they were experimenting on that were in jars of formaldehyde, stockpiled all over the place. Now, fast forward another 10 years after that, I worked at Children's Hospital Research Building, and I worked on the laboratory where the airlock system is. And I was working to do air infiltration remediation. So they got an airlock, they got 2 floors that are like this, where animals can be experimented on. In one of the rooms I was working on, I had 12 people working for me. When one of the rooms I was working on, I told one of the guys, I said, I already been told this is the monkey experimental room. I said, do an extra good job in here, because this is where we're going in the future. This isn't just for monkeys. This is going to be for people. And seeing as you work in an industry working with chemicals, you may end up in this room someday.
No, thank you.
Well, look at all the reports of abductions. They're all they're experimental in nature. They say it's painful, it's frightening, it's experimental.
And
Well,
there's
and you
lots
think
of
of all
labs
those
in the
airplanes that go
Boston area.
missing.
They experiment in Cambridge and at MIT. There was a couple buildings I worked on, and they had to have gas-lined tanks and glass-lined tanks and glass-lined piping, because when they were working on their biologics, they would have to be disposed of it. So they would do it either, in a vat of acid or a vat of alkaline, whatever they had to do to destroy what it is that they created in there, so that it doesn't leak out. So they have to go through a special piping system lined with glass. These facilities are probably all over the country.
Huh. Hey, Street.
Yes.
Did you see what Shy Guy left me a comment on my video last night?
No.
He said, my father will be 79 this year, and he could kick all your asses. Although you have to figure out the water depth from 2009. Also, Candy doesn't know what she's talking about. Forrest was fully recovered by 1996. Forrest did it in an afternoon. Go look at Terry Scan. It is documented there. FYI, Forrest hid the treasure in August of 2009. He's quoted as saying he hit the chest and then published the book. First date of publication for TTOTC is 12/31/2009. Which is not accurate whatsoever. It's actually October, you dipshit. Preston is quoted as visiting Forrest for his birthday in 2009. The chest was gone. And I said, because I was just on the mood, actually, he stated he had spent 15 years writing the poem. He hit the chest and completed the poem. 15 years from 1988 is 2003. But you know everything, so I'll let you continue to stalk people and justify it as research.
I'll build on that. So 2003 was actually when he hid the chest, the original chest.
Yep.
And yeah, people could go in his vault and he could look at a chest that he had there, but nobody knows what chest it actually is other than he himself.
Exactly.
So yeah, nobody knew when he hid the chest. Nobody has a clue exactly when he hid the chest because they thought the chest was there the whole fucking time and it wasn't.
I just find it funny that Shy Guy continuously stalks everything I fucking say and do. And then super rude and a dick about it.
If you guys remember, he went by walking among lions on Thor.
Yeah.
And that was my first contact with him. And then I finally was like, he started coming on Greg's shows. And all joking aside, and I would say it, I'm saying it. I used to say it behind closed doors to other people. I've been saying it loud. He is serious, in my opinion, he is seriously a demented person, man. And I don't take him lightly. And when he started throwing God, telling him to do stuff, coupled with everything I've heard him say in the past, yeah, he has issues, man, deep. And yeah, I take him very serious. That's why when he showed up outside my house doing a video and watching me live, I took that very fucking serious.
Yeah.
Saying, in my opinion, Frank's fucking dangerous. He's dangerous to himself and others, in my opinion.
Hence why I did 2 FBI reports. People think I'm joking. I'm not joking. I did 2 FBI reports. That's some scary shit. Which I'm honestly considering doing another FBI report on Rick Nowak.
He's always putting fucking strange videos out, man.
No, not just strange, just like fucking life-threatening, like death threats, rape accusation, like shit like that, like rape threats. Like it's fucking disturbing.
Yeah, it is.
And the fact that he's allowed to be in Discord just disgusts me.
Well, I'll tell you what I've noticed here recently, within like the last year or two in the community itself, is these sexual attacks, men on women. Could you imagine? Well, I kind of experienced it. Bill wanted to put a butt plug in me, and I couldn't imagine being a woman, what you guys go through where it resorts to that type of violence, man. That's fucking sick. That's demented and sick. Have you ever once heard two guys going at it in communities that you better watch it, I'll fucking rape your ass? I was like, what the fuck? Where the hell did that come from? You know, I'm trying to make light of it, but no, it's very serious, man. And hell, I have daughters. That shit's, and it's not just in the community, it's in the entire world we live in.
Yeah.
You alluded to Cleopatra. She figured out how to fucking use what she had, man, and good for her.
Yeah, that mentality street is in the Shawshank Redemption movie of the gang of bull queers in the prison that would corner, I forget the guy's name, but would corner the guy in the prison to try to rape him.
Yeah, well, okay, good example. If all the men in the that's doing this now in the community, if they were all put into a prison, they would be doing that to other men. It doesn't matter to them. They're gonna rape someone. They're gonna fuck someone. That's sick, man. That's fucking demented.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah, but the good thing in Shawshank Redemption is the lead bull queer got beat till he had to eat from a straw for the rest of his life.
Long story short, one of my older brothers had a friend back in the day, 70s, got busted for weed. Hundreds of pounds of it. Had a 100-pound bale he got busted with. And he got sent to Mansfield, which at the time was probably the worst, or one of the worst prisons in the entire United States. It was fucking vicious. They turned it nowadays. They turned the old reformatory, and that's where they shot Shawshank Redemption, is the old Mansfield Reformatory.
Seriously?
Ironically, huh?
Seriously?
Yeah, yeah. That's that old creepy building. That's the old Mansfield Reformatory, and it was the most dangerous prison, or at one of them. Well, anyhow, um, got busted, did a bunch of time, and he had told one of my brothers. He's like, yeah, as soon as I went in, man, they're like fucking vultures, man. I mean, it's just fucking ungodly, and exactly what the Shawshank Redemption is telling. He said he worked in the machine shop and he got a block of fucking steel the size of a carton of cigarettes. And these guys were doing the old, give us what we want or we're going to fucking rape you every day and blah, blah. We're going to beat your ass. Anyhow, he said, meet me in the corridor away from this one area and be on the first floor. Well, they showed up and it was one guy showed up and he was like a tier or two above in the staircase with the open corridor, like leading down or, where you can see all the way down. And he said, here it is. And he fucking dropped it, man. He said it went straight through the guy's fucking head, killed him instantly, crushed his skull. And he's like, that was a daily occurrence there.
That's traumatizing.
Men and humanity are some sick, demented motherfuckers, man. They really are. We're unnatural. That's why I keep saying that. We can't be natural. If anyone says this is we grow this way, fucking show me any other animal. I mean, no, we're not natural, man. We don't interact with nature naturally. We don't even interact with ourselves naturally. We're a fucking lab rat, man.
A rejected lab rat.
But it always goes back to if they wanted us, there has to be a purpose. They have to be studying us or we'd be dead. They wiped the slate clean. We know this through the history books, the Bible, things like that, through those stories all throughout the world. They continually wipe the slate. Is this another slate wiping? And then that's where we get in the Bible. After all this shit hits the fan, we live in harmony for 1,000 years. Is that what we all are experiencing right now? Another make us not fucked up?
Not really, because the stuff that's written about in the book of Revelation, those dates have come and passed.
Well, okay, now other religions have similar stories, end times, Mayans. I think
is the Mayan story the one like religion where they say that this so-called anti-person comes and they're all about peace? So they actually demonize somebody that might get up to a high level in society that's a peaceful person, that they can turn around and say, no, he's not really a peaceful person. He has to be executed because he's the Antichrist.
Yay, I get my hair officially fixed.
That's the danger of the book of Revelation. Is a good person can rise up in society in order to help create society into a peaceful place. And all these lunatic religious people that got their brains poisoned with the Bible will be turning around and saying that person's the Antichrist.
Yeah,
Oh, no, thank you.
I won't disagree with you with that. Yeah, I won't disagree with that. But it's these cycles and their nature. Nature has its cycles too, like Davio and everyone was talking about for the while, the pole shifts and all that. Yeah. I'm just glad I'm older, man.
Yeah, there are benefits to being older, isn't it?
Yeah, if I've pictured it many a times. I look at every time I'm around my kids thinking, man, I got to fight back the fucking tears saying, God damn, I'm glad I am not your fucking age, man. I would not be dealing with this shit good right now. I would not deal with it good.
You know what's funny as we look at your generation and like your time when you thrived, which is like the 70s, right? That's when you like really thrived, was the 70s.
Yep.
Yeah. We look at that.
Well, I was
like, it looked like a shit show because it was like, even though women were burning their bras and they were trying to stick it to the man and they were trying to not work and they were trying to do peace and love, seemed like all out chaos. And we were just like, wow, you guys had nothing together. All you did was like trip out on psychedelics and smoke weed and shit. And now it's like we do the same thing, but it's like 10 times the violence. And we're just like, we don't have a choice to be like peace and love. We're just like, fuck you to survive. Like, it's so much worse.
Well, I think that's where that age thing, what I alluded to, those are our
Prepubescent.
pro. Yes, yes. And where we turn into young adults, 18, 19. So when you were like 13 to 19 or 13 to 20, well, 19, whatever period in time you did that, yeah, the reason we didn't stop to look around because we were young and we felt invincible and we'll deal with everything. We got this. And like I said, I see it in my kids now. They're like, yeah, we got this. No, my heart's breaking saying, no, I don't think you know how bad this is going to get. But I don't tell them like, nah, we're all fucked. We're doomed. It's like, all right, you go keep that heart in there. But the older you get, the more realistic and you sit back and say, yeah, man, we're fucked. I'm just glad I'm old. I'm glad I got mine.
Man, I have no comment for any of that anymore. I'm just like, why are we left with this? Well,
You're is that now you're in your realizing, oh shit, this life's gonna go on for a while. I better get my shit. If you don't have your shit together now, it's like fuck, you got this drive to get your shit together, and you start looking around like fuck, they got their shit together. Why can't I get my shit together? Fuck. And then you get driven on goal oriented as far as longevity. That's the 30s, man. You start setting in shit. Okay, I gotta lay some groundwork, man.
yeah, this is true.
Then you get to trust in the eyes. Well, yeah, trust is 187, but our I'll group myself in with him. Our age is like, fuck, I'm glad that's over with, man. I don't think I could do that shit again, man.
Trusted is like Noah's Ark and Santa Claus all in one.
I think he's been around forever, man. He's just
I
one of
think so
those
too.
generational persons.
He's basically Odin. You gotta show us your belt, Trusted. You're Odin, aren't you?
Show the what? The bell?
The belt.
Which one?
Like, because you know how Odin and his belt.
I don't know the story.
Oh, never mind. I'll save that one for another day.
But I did have a belt that I made when I was doing leather work and trying to find products to make at home so I didn't have to travel to support my family. So I made a belt, right? And I had two layers. I had a layer of natural tan cowhide. Then I had a layer of cowhide that had snake print on it. And I glued them together. So I had a snakeskin looking belt. And I made a snakeskin looking utility knife holder because I always carried a utility knife for work. And so one of the guys who was always into whatever was in fad was making fun of me about my white belt, right? A couple of years later, he tells me, he says, you know something? He says, I went out. He says, you know what I bought? I bought one of them white belts. He says, because that's all that was in the store that I was at. He's like, that white belt is in fashion now. I said, I told you I'm a trendsetter.
That's funny. All the belts.
Yeah, I'll try to I can make that happen, INFJ.
What happened?
Wants to know if my rabbi friend or other church leaders you talk to would come on and be asked questions.
Oh, good Lord. That's some fighting words.
I will say there's a Baptist preacher that watches a lot of my shows, usually Saturday nights. They don't jump in and comment, but they watch it. And then
I forgot I had someone, remember, that came to the house when I lived with DJ, and they were like, repairing the furniture. And I forgot what, I think he was he a Jehovah's Witness? I can't remember. But he subscribed to my channel because I told him about Force Fed and stuff, right? This is when Fed was still alive. And that's when all of a sudden I started getting all these like weird people popping up saying like, you must join our church or whatever it was. And I totally forgot. I started talking to him and I told him all about my channel. So for all I know, he's one of these people in the chat all the time. I don't know.
well, like I tell my Baptist friend, man, I'm not going to give up on you. I still have hope for you. And they feel the same way with me. They're like, I'll pray for you. Like, all right, I'll send some thoughts your way too, man. Love you. Later.
This is true. I feel like
the one that would be interesting is my Hindu priest friend, Shandu. I call him Shandu.
we lost you for a second.
Out of all of them, Hinduism is my favorite, man. They're so calm, collect, and they agree with everyone as long as the goal's the same. What does it matter what the path is if the end results, this end destination's the same? They don't fight with any of them. They don't put any of them down. Yeah, he's the best to talk to.
Huh. I mean, I don't want to make it seem like I'm purposely trying to be a dick if you're religious, because I'm not. I'm just like, my viewpoint is so different, and I like to have, discussions and debates about it. But it's so hard to have a discussion or debate when it comes to politics or religion, because it could go from like 0 to 50 really fast, and you could lose relationships with like friends, family members, significant others, all over politics or religion. So it's a very thin line to walk.
I've learned through the years when I was in my 20s and 30s. I brought the same hostile back to them. I reflected their hostility as soon as they said, and a gleam in their eye and a grin on their face say, I'll take great when your soul's rotting in hell or purgatory and blah, blah, blah. I threw the same back. But my viewpoint is it was misconstrued. Visitors from another planet was misconstrued as these gods because of the technology. But the catch-22 is we do have something in us. I don't call people refer to it as God, talking to God, universe, source, light. There is something greater than us that we belong to. We all of us, everything we see is it. Well, what is it? It's not some visitor from another planet landing. No, that's where I have. And then they want to tell me. Now I've mellowed out.
Well, you know what's funny? The next time someone says, "Oh, you're gonna burn in hell and purgatory," be like, "Ha! Joke's on you. I choose if I go to purgatory or not."
I always tell them, great. I'll bring the marshmallows.
Well, currently, I'm willing to say Aldebaran may be that source.
Well, didn't you say yesterday that you figured out the coordinates for Aldebaran? It takes you directly to San Lazaro.
Aldebaran is the starting point of the coordinate, which is the A-Cairn, which is up towards the north. And then there's a C-Cairn that's on the south, towards the southeast. And if you align the two of them right along the edge of the C-Cairn, which goes through the center of this, the nook that's in the center circle. When you go through the nook and you follow that all the way down into New Mexico, it points at San Lazaro.
That's so fascinating.
So yeah, there is a nook involved in that alignment.
So you go from the Blue Lake to San Lazaro.
Well, anywhere within that C-Cairn you can go to play, it can point to, it can point to Blue Lake, Whaler Peak, Pueblo Peak. I don't know all the different locations that are down there, and I'm thinking, because of what I've seen so far, that there's a possibility of pointing at all the Pueblo locations down there.
All 7?
However many are down there.
I think there's 7. Because remember, the 7 cities of gold are hidden in the stars, and once you find the stars, that's how you find the cities.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I mean that's what the wheel aligns with. It aligns with Aldebaran. It aligns with Sirius. It aligns with Fomalhaut and different
I'll
things
look
like
up
that.
Aldebaran again, because there's something. It's gonna be something else to it. Aldebaran.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The mass of Aldebaran is 44 times larger than the sun. We know that mass equals gravity, which equals influence frequencies. That Aldebaran, being as large as it is, may be the influence in our world to make the material world.
Well, so the trick is Aldebaran translates to mean the follower because it follows the Pleiades, and we know the Pleiades are a big concept in the 7 cities of gold, the Mayan and other cultures, right? For 7 cities of gold. So if Aldebaran's following the Pleiades, there's got to be some type of retelling in mythology that actually reveals what Aldebaran is on Earth versus what it is in the sky.
Well,
Hold on.
with the Saturn pattern and the Bighorn medicine wheel, it would be better translated as the Watcher. It's following. It's watching. It's not tagging in the back. It's in the front, watching the others.
Like, what's a Battle Brothers?
Look how Forrest announced the end of the chase. The treasure has been found under a canopy of stars.
You know, I was waiting to Forrest to say, y'all fucked up. You don't get to play anymore. Go home. Honestly, the way he describes it, especially when you hear him in his recording with Cynthia when she put it out, he was just so over it. And that was back in 2019. So I was waiting for him to just be like, y'all need to get a life. Y'all failed. Y'all suck. You don't understand duality. Better luck next fucking reincarnation. Like,
never mind, I'm taking it with me.
Seriously. Like, P.S. don't follow me. You're not worthy.
Well, I think it would have been so much fun if he lived longer and this stuff that's being talked about currently was able to be put past him to find out, did you know about this stuff, Forrest?
Right. I mean, I was lucky enough to talk to him about the chess motif and the little rabbit holes I was going down. He was always entertained by that. Wait, the letters that the Apostle John sent to 7 churches in Asia Minor. Interesting. I mean, do you think the Maya were the first to do as above, so below? Who do you think was the first to really try and implement as above, so below?
Implement it?
Yeah, like to really try and not only practice it, but to preach it as well.
Well, I mean, the Emerald Tablet of Hermes talks about it.
Yeah, and that goes back to Mesopotamia and the Cradle of Life and the Epics of Gilgamesh.
It shows up in that Saturn pattern that I put together.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out. It's all lost to translation. Like the interpretation gives you a retelling, and the retelling might be interpreted wrong, and that's why certain stories don't align how they should, just because it's lost in interpretation. So like they say,
Exactly.
Aldebaran means, in Arabic, it means the follower. But what else can it mean? It's not just Arabic that exists in this world. What else can be a translation?
Well,
Etymology,
it's not,
mythology.
but the good thing about Arabic is an abjad language.
I don't understand that.
Well, it's like Hebrew. It's a consonant language.
Oh. For the
So,
Saris,
yeah, I mean,
this connection as far as light.
the name constant reveals that these things are constant, and they're constant because they evolve from pictures, and the pictures are things that are in nature that we can understand, whether it's 1000 BC or it's 1000 AD.
Oh, they've got a goddess for the personification of Aldebaran. In ancient Hinduism, it's Rohini. Rohini is the goddess in Hinduism and the favorite consort of Chandra, the moon god. She's a daughter of Daksha and sister of the 26 other nakshatras. Of the lunar mansions, the asterism Kritika, Revati, and Rohini are often described as deified beings and mothers. I don't think. Wait, what? Okay, I gotta see this mythology. In Hindu mythology, Rohini is the daughter of King Daksha and Lady Panjani. She's one of the 27 daughters of Daksha who married Chandra, the moon god. She is the favorite and chief consort of Chandra. Chandra spent most of his time with Rohini, which enraged his other wives when they complained about this to their father. Seeing his daughters unhappy, Daksha cursed Chandra to lose his glory. Chandra's glory was partially restored by Shiva. Huh. Interesting. Oh, God, it's so confusing sometimes. So in ancient Greek, it translates to mean torch-like or bearer. In Chinese, the fifth star of Net. In Austrian, it is. Okay, so amongst indigenous people of the Clarence River in northeastern New South Wales, this star is the ancestor Karambal who stole another man's wife. The woman's husband tracked him down and burned the tree in which he was hiding. It is believed that he rose to the sky as smoke and became the star Aldebaran. Isn't that so fascinating that like every star in the fucking sky is associated with some type of fairy tale mythology? Nope. I'm the only one fascinated by this. Okay.
I didn't hear the first part of that question.
Oh, I just said, isn't it fascinating that throughout time and space, it's always like there's not a single star in our sky that we could see that hasn't been associated with some type of retelling of fairy tales, mythology, it's all fairy tale. They take it and they turn it into a symbolic representation of an allegory.
Written in the stars.
Yep.
Yeah,
Stars.
and the people, in ancient times used the stars to navigate, and they were constantly looking at those things. And I'm sure they were constantly relating the stars to what it is that they were doing on the earth even the locations that they were inhabiting. And I believe that's how the Spanish found the Pueblo people. They
Well,
didn't
not
just
only
so happens upon them.
well, not only do we have allegorical variations of star to fairy tale, but we also name the stars off of a certain chemical element that is also found here on Earth. Like for Aldebaran, they say ytterbium is a chemical element with the symbol YB and atomic number 70. It is a metal, the 14th and penultimate element in the lanthanide series, which is the basis of the relative stability of its +2 oxidation state. However, like the other lanthanides, its most common oxidation state is +3, but it's stating that this molecule / element is the representation of Aldebaran. Like they say that Aldebaran's made up of this material, which makes no sense. How would they know that? Aldebaran isn't crashing into Earth. So why are they comparing this element to that star?
Well, I started doing some of that molecular chemistry and looking at association with the symbols when I was starting to put together the Saturn pattern. And I'm trying to think of the name of the shape.
There's like so much. I can't even keep up at this point. Oh, now it says the Earth is spinning faster. A negative leap second could help the world's clock catch up. We might soon lose a full second of our lives. What the hell? Time is such a lie. It's a man-made fucking invention. Like, what is even in that?
Dodecahedron. Because I was taking the dodecahedron and plotting the locations on the dodecahedron, and the shadow of a dodecahedron is a hexagon, and I was finding a relationship between the dodecahedron and the two patterns on the Saturn pattern and the element lithium, and the two symbols in the pattern meant cut off or connect, an energy effect to either cut off and connect. And we know lithium is a good element to use for batteries.
And this is where my brain just goes. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm getting closer and closer to the concept of not even being able to function like a normal human being, because my brain has soaked up so much information, so much knowledge. I need a reboot. I don't know what I can contain at this point anymore. I'm just ready to tap out.
Yeah, well, yes. You get so much information coming in and processing it. People need rest from it. I literally take stuff and put it away, stuff it away in a file, forget about it. Not totally forget, because there is no such thing, but try to put that off the top of my mind and just get on with life and other things. And when the time is right, you will remember the right things. Don't you worry about it.
But okay, so if we're gonna take certain elements and associate them with allegorical representations of the stars and planets in the sky, that will then eventually lead us to a place on Earth or an element on Earth, then wouldn't it be safe to assume that somehow, lost in translation, the Grail Stone, Laxus Lazulus or something? What is it? Hold on.
Oh, the lapse of lazuli?
Yeah. Maybe that's a star too. Lapsus lazuli, I think it is. What is it? No, that's not the right interpretation. It
Oh.
was something else. Lapsus elixis. There we go. Because elixis means elixir, does it not?
I believe so.
Then lapsus, what does lapsus mean in Latin?
Drink it up.
I don't know, but a person that's involved in lapidary cuts stones.
Lapsus. Oh, I gotta translate this up. Because I mean, this whole thing is a puzzle. This book is a puzzle. Why haven't I considered this one item to also be a clue to the puzzle? Like, it takes me a while to fucking see things. Okay. Lapsus elixis translation. It means thin stone. They named a fucking stone thin stone?
Yeah, well, that's what people involved in lapidary do. They cut stones into thin slices.
So they decided to name the Grail Stone in a 6th century mystery of the universe and all that is fucking knowledgeable about ancient sacred consciousness. Thin stone? What the hell?
Well, when you cut a stone into a thin section, you can look at the cross section of the stone.
Might be constructed of lapis exilis. What the fuck? Why do I feel like I just cursed myself?
Well, you
Ordo
can look
lapis exilis?
at the stone. You can look at the crystalline structure that way by sawing the stone.
Oh, this translates to mean order or society of the stone from the heavens. The stone which came down from the stars, which again goes back to the green comet that you could go outside and look at right now that we haven't seen allegedly for 50,000 years.
It also goes down to cutting open meteorites.
Yes, which again goes back to Moldavite. Okay, Wolfram was a Bavarian knighted by one of the Counts von Henberg at Massfeld near Mengingen. His legendary figure, even in his own time. Well known for his lyrics, he is supposed to have been one of the founders of the Master Singers. No, it's the fucking Mincingers. Master Singers. It's a Minsinger. Wolfram von Echternbach was present with the German contingent at the siege of Damadia in Egypt during the Fifth Crusade, where he may have been impressed by the actions of the military order, especially the Templars. I'll tell you that they're fed up. Paltry stone? By virtue of the stone, the phoenix is burned to ashes in which she is reborn. Thus does the phoenix molt her feathers, after which she shines dazzling and bright and as lovely as before. However ill a mortal man may be, from the day on which he sees the stone, he cannot die for that week, nor does he lose his color. For if anyone, maid or man, were to look at the Grail for 200 years, you would have to admit that his color was as fresh as in his early prime. Such powers does the stone confer on mortal men that their flesh and bones are soon made young again. The stone is also called the Grail.
You know, you realize what you just said, right?
Philosopher's Stone.
That what they're conveying there is there's something inside a certain kind of stone that if you cut it open and make an elixir out of it, it's like the fountain of youth.
Yeah, but I feel like stone, they're not talking about an actual stone on Earth. I think they're talking about the pineal gland. But not to cut it open, but you know, it goes back to the pineal gland and how to unlock your total consciousness with the pineal gland. It's really hard to figure shit out sometimes when it goes from when they're using allegory to try and give you clues or try to describe things. Allegory gets so complicated.
Well, yes, I think that's why people got to go back and look at the original language and the symbols and sacred geometry.
I've looked into sacred geometry, and I believe the phoenix was actually the hoopoe bird. The hoopoe bird is what you would consider back then as the phoenix from lore. And the hoopoe bird is what they used to be able to find the Shamir. And that goes back to the island that's associated with Ariadne and how she was forced to marry Dionysus. And on her wedding night, he gifted her and the stars wearing the crown. And that I believe is the connection between that one island. What's that island? It's not Crete. Fuck, what is it? It's in
Cyprus?
It might be. It's in perfect synchronization with the constellation of Ariadne and the crown. I think it goes back to Corona. Hold on, because Corona means crown, doesn't it?
It sounds like it should if it doesn't.
Yeah.
I think it does. Ariadne wearing crown.
Was it Malta? You talked about this the other night. Was it Malta? The island?
Yeah, it's Corona. It's the Corona Borealis, the brightest star in the constellation Gemma. Got its name from the Latin word jewel or the jewel box. So Ariadne wore crown made by Hephaestus. Hephaestus? What the fuck? Heph. Hephaestus? I'm so glad I wasn't born during this time. Fuck. How do you say this? Hephaestus. Hephaestus? I can't do it. What is wrong with me?
It's like trying to read Egyptian names.
But I know I'm not pronouncing it correctly. Hephaestus? You should pronounce this shit. Hephaestus. I can't. At the wedding, once the ceremony was over, she tossed it into the sky where the jewel turned into stars, and the crown became the constellation Corona Borealis, the brightest star in the constellation. And I believe it goes back to, because it's also Dionysus. I don't know what that other fucking name was. I know Bacchus and I know Dionysus, but I don't know that other fucking word. I don't like it. Whoever Hephaestus, fuck. I quit trying to pronounce that. Oh my god. What is the island? Ariadne's okay, the myth of Corona Borealis and the Northern Crown. I know it coincides with the island. And I remember when I was trying to figure out the Shamir, I figured out that the hoopoe bird is the one that tracks down the Shamir. And I believe the hoopoe bird's home was for the fucking, was it King Minos? Naxos, there we go. The island of Naxos. Naxos. You know that one?
Mediterranean, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's fuck, Naxos. It means, oh no, not that one. Oh no. Oh no. Why is it doing spell correct on me? Stop it. Okay. A Greek island in the South Aegean Sea, the largest of the Cyclades, ancient center of the worship of Dionysus. So I believe this is where they rumored that Zeus grew up or some shit. Largest of the Cyclades, it was the center of archaic Cycladic culture. The island is famous as the source of emery, a rock rich in corundum, which until modern times was one of the best abrasives available. Now, see, this is what I believe the shamir was, because remember they said the hoopoe bird was the only bird that could hunt down the shamir, and the shamir is what could cut glass. Remember that?
Yeah.
And also did the carvings and stuff. And I believe when you follow all this down, it takes you to the island of Naxos, and it gives you emery, a dark granular rock used to make an abrasive powder. It largely consists of corundum mixed with other minerals such as the iron-bearing spinels, hercite, and magnetite. What the fuck type of words all these? Well, it's got silica. That's interesting. It is a really pretty rock, though. Black sand is used as an abrasive, for example, on emery boards and emery cloth. It is also used as a traction enhancer in asphalt and tarmac mixtures. You're telling me you put this in asphalt?
And it's also where you can find garnet, which is also an abrasive.
Oh, garnet's my birthstone.
Mine too.
That's funny is my grandma never gave me garnet. She always gave me rubies. It was hilarious. And I one day was like, I need root beer stones, not pink stones. And then she started giving me garnets. It's my birthstones. Many tons are shipped to Asia. Oh God, my brain hurts. I don't want to try and figure out allegories anymore. Main source of the industrial import rock type has been mined on the eastern side of Naxos for well over 2,000 years. As mentioned by Pliny the Elder's The Natural History. However, demand for emery has decreased with the development of sintered carbide and oxide materials as abrasives. I can't even keep track of this shit anymore. I don't want to keep track anymore. I'm tired.
Yeah, silicon carbide is a good material to polish stones with.
Oh shit, I haven't checked the Zoom. I don't know if people are trying to get in. No, we're good. I thought like Troy and them were trying to get in. I was like not even paying attention.
Yeah,
No, Troy right now is hiding out on the patio smoking, listening on headphones on his phone. Mondays and Tuesdays is time with the wife.
Oh.
Nobody knew how to restore an old chimney that was in an old health services building at a what the heck's the name of it? McAllister Armory, where I was working, where they make that big bomb, mother of all bombs. Anyhow,
the atom bomb?
No, the mother of all bombs. So anyhow, nobody knew how to do it. So I was like, you know, what I need is a silicon carbide wheel. I need a grinder that I can change the speed on it so I can lower the speed. It has to be done at a low speed, and I'll be able to clean up this whole chimney, and then I'll be able to add new bricks on the corners and then do a cutout because they wanted an electric fireplace inside that. And it came out beautiful, absolutely beautiful. The woman in charge of the Army engineers said that it was the best restoration job, and that includes the whole building that we restored. And my two oldest sons were there helping work on it too, and we got a thumbs up for being the best restorers that they had ever seen.
I still want to know what the mother bomb is.
Look up Moab.
Oh no.
Are you talking about the hydrogen bomb they did?
I'm not sure what the substance is inside it.
I think
But if
it's,
you-
if I remember right, it's hydrogen. It's when we started developing hydrogen bombs.
Why
But
are
if
we
you- if-
developing that shit? What's wrong with us?
If you look up Moab, the place where that's made is the place where I did the restoration work. And almost every day we'd hear them blowing up the old bombs to dispose of them.
Wow. Yeah. Strange world we live in, man.
Wait, what? A car crash? How
One
in
day I
the
was
hell?
working there. I think it was a Saturday. Anyhow, they closed down the front gate on us, so we had to leave at the back gate. So when I was leaving at the back gate, I get up to the checkout point where they say not supposed to have any lighters. I'm like, oh fuck. So I stopped my car and I looked, like, yeah, I got a lighter here. Oh shit. So I went up to the gate and the guy said, just stop. Why did you stop? And I told him, I says, because I had a lighter. I says, I didn't know what I should do. He says, well, give it to me. I was like, can I go back and just put it back at the job so I'll have it when I come back? He's like, nope. Once I know you have a lighter in your possession, I have to take it from you before you go beyond this point. I'm like, okay, my bad. I didn't know. I just had a lighter because I was smoking cigarettes. I thought we just couldn't have a lighter if we left our vehicles. He's like, nope, you cannot bring a lighter past this gate, because we had to go past all the storage places where they had all the explosives stored at, and they don't want a person to even have a lighter in their vehicle. And it's best not to lie to them.
Did they ever stop to consider you're driving a engine that's combustible? It's a combustion engine. There's flames going off all the time. Have they ever? What about a stray spark plug wire or something? Did they ever consider that?
Well, I think, it's just a security procedure to make sure nobody's bringing a device into that area that can be used for nefarious purposes.
Yeah.
Which, I wasn't there on any nefarious purposes. They do a very thorough background check on people before they're able to work in there.
Shit, I've been neglecting chat. What are they saying? Who's in my chat room right now? What's pasting on Discord? What the hell? Even Ben's like, what? Hey, Ben. Popped in chat. Appeared here on the coast last Thursday. Oh, interesting. Wait, how do you pronounce that one word?
Which
I want to
one?
know how to pronounce that name.
The one that started with the H?
Yeah.
When you pronounce the H in the front, pronounce it as a lowercase e. Like EH.
I'm so glad I wasn't born during that time. I would never have made it. I would have been like, hey, you with the face.
How you doing, buddy? Yeah, you.
I mean, I could pronounce
How's
I can't. I gotta look up how to pronounce it now. It's driving me crazy. Oh, let me see if I can find it. That's hilarious. Where are you? No! I can't even find it at this point. Where did it go?
Yeah, Street, you would say hello to the leader. He'd be like, you've been
Hey,
coming
Heppy,
to
what's
one
going on, man?
line?
I gotta see. How do you pronounce it? 8 spellings. Hephaestus? Hephaestus. I think it's Hephaestus. Was I actually close to it?
That sounds pretty good.
Hephaestus?
Yeah, that has a nice rhythm to it.
I gotta Google this. Where's the pronunciation button? How do you pronunciate this? For I am so confused. I mean, I think Hooli gets a kick out of me mispronunciating like half the fucking English language. Wait, okay, here we go. Pronunciation. Wait, where'd it go? Okay. Hey, Hephaestus? Hephaestus. What
That
the
sounds
fuck?
good too.
That's actually what it translates to mean is Hephaestus. Hephaestus. You know, that sounds familiar. I don't know why I couldn't fucking say that the first time. I could do
still like
Dionysus,
I like the
Demeter.
lowercase. I like the lowercase e pronunciation better. Hephaestus.
Hephaestus. No, this is Hephaestus. I don't even know what kind of god this.
They don't know the H. The H letter comes from the E.
Regardless, I'm pretty sure I've summoned him, whoever he is. I've said his name enough times. Like, let's see what we're dealing with. Who is this person? Who is this god? Never heard of him. Oh god, they actually use this as a name for people in the UK? That's horrible.
Really?
Yeah. Hi, I got a date tonight with a face. I can't. He's the Greek god of blacksmiths, metalworking, carpenters, craftsmen, artisans, sculptors, metallurgy, fire. Compare, however, with Hestia and volcanoes. Hephaestus' Roman counterpart is Vulcan. In Greek mythology, Hephaestus was either the son of Zeus and Hera, or he was Hera's Parthenogene's child. Fucking kidding me? He's a blacksmith.
There's another entertaining name that's very common. A common name in Israel is penis.
Oh my god.
What was he the god of?
Nice.
Penis?
Yeah.
Well, in the story of the Tower of Babel, the location where the languages were confused was named Peniel.
So so when we say pineal gland, are we supposed to be saying penis gland? I can't. My third eye is the dick.
Slapping you right in the forehead, right between your eyes. We all got a dick between our eyes, man.
So, like, what happens when you take a real dick and put it towards your third eye? What happens? Is it unlock total consciousness?
Magic. But there has to be some oral gel too. You got to put some oral gel and prep the area.
My third eye is a penis.
Oh man.
I'm thinking the ancient magi made a lot of use of that concept.
That's why they were wise.
Do you think that's why and how they misinterpreted the concept of the third eye with The O in the mouth. Oh God, I can't believe how do we even come to this, Trusted? How do we go from penis to penial? Like, I don't get it.
It was that old guy Face Off that got us.
See what happens? One misinterpretation, and here we are. I know it means pine cone, but I mean, according to Trusted, and I'm gonna trust Trusted because he has the name Trust in his name. Penial goes to mean penis. So you working with your third eye, you're working with a side dick. And now if women need to square up with men and be like, I got a better dick than yours, and be like, oh really? I got a third eye that's a dick, bro. My God. Get to the point, Indy hit you into forehead.
Well, if you ever end up in Israel, don't be surprised if you ask someone what their name is and they say, I'm Mr. Penis.
Oh God. So
That they're not
now
lying.
I gotta look it up. Where does the word penis originate from? I have never done this. I might regret it, but I'm gonna do it.
Maybe is that why Jewish people, don't they circumcise? Maybe that's why they're cutting the veil away from the third eye so it can see. Is that where circumcision comes in?
It comes from progeny, offspring, brood. The meaning of penitus, furnished with a tail, as well as general semantic considerations suggest that meaning tail is original and penis metaphorically derived from it. The proper plural is penis. The adjective is penial.
Well, here, wait a second. Here it is in the Bible, right? It's only used one time in Genesis 32:30, and it says, and Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved.
So he saw God through a dick?
No, actually, the way the story goes, when he wrestled with the angel of God, it actually says in there that this angel laid between the soft flesh of Jacob and punctured him.
Oh, okay. Sounds like he got raped.
Yeah, that's what's really written in there.
Metaphorically derived from it, the proper plural of penis, the adjective is penial. Well, that's okay. So that's just, because pineal gland is spelled different. It's pineal. So saying penial versus pineal is a world of a difference. You go from a dick eye to a third eye. I can't. How genitals got their names, or why a penis is called a pizzle? What the fuck is a pizzle? Now we're going deeper down this rabbit hole, kids. Okay. Why is a penis called a penis? Most names of our genitals arise from other languages, and once you know the origins of the names for these body parts, you'll discover how sanitized modern language is when it comes to naming sex organs. Tails and testicles. Most of all of our modern medical names for genitals, slang with withstanding, are named in the fashion of the rest of our body parts. The names are simply taken from Greek or Latin. Penis is derived from the Latin word for tail, popping up in Cicero's Ad Familiares. By the time the usage of the word primarily lent itself to this part of the male genitalia, the Greek translation of phallus is swell, and the word later came to describe items of penial nature in Latin. Testicle, and its plural testes, has a little more unusual etymology. The term testicle likely evolved from the Latin word testis, a term for someone that witnesses or gives testimony in a legal setting. I've had a new name for Barbara. Your testes, my patience. I can't. They literally chose to name the fucking balls a testicle, and it's literally derived from someone who gives testimony in a legal setting. What? This just got so fascinating. Okay, clitoris has its origin, not orgel. You can probably guess if you're a fan of ancient languages. In Greek, clitoris carries with it connotations of the Greek word for key, kleis, which there may be an attribution arising via the verb klenian, meaning to close or shut. As well, English use of the word vulva and vagina come from identical terms in Latin meaning wrapper, scabbard. Fucking scabbard. Finally, ejaculate arises from the Latin word aculor, suggesting hurling and shooting. I can't. When you look at the original context of the names for these sex organs, they are much more intense and descriptive than modern names. By using this proper Latin and Greek derivatives, our language has become rather sanitized, but at the same time given way to vulgarities arising from the use of modern name for our sex organs. The Latin derivative of ejaculate, hurling, is far more descriptive, but I would have more trouble running around in public and screaming ejaculate than using its more descriptive etymological grandparent.
Oh, I just found something really fun in this verse. The word translated as face also means street. So it can read here, I have seen the God street, L street, and my life is preserved.
That's funny. Oh, man.
All praise Lord street.
Do you want to know another word for penis? Does anybody care?
Oh, okay.
It's pizzle.
Pizzle?
Pizzle also pops up in Old English via German and Flemish as a term for penis, particularly when describing the fibrous parts of the organ. Our ancestors attached the pizzles of bulls to the tips of whips and dried them to make chew toys for dogs. Chinese Olympians ate Scottish deer pizzles, either in a stew or as protein like powder, in preparation for the 2008 Summer Olympics. What the fuck? If you ever find yourself drinking dried and ground up penis to get the upper hand, you can at least giggle when you think of the word pizzle. What? Now I gotta go deeper. I gotta go deeper with this rabbit hole. This is fucking entertaining. I'm looking up the etymology for the word what.
Wait a second. Did you just say you have to go deeper with this word penis?
I just meant genitalia. Okay, so twat. A twat, the T word occupies a special niche in literary history. However, thanks to a horrible mistake by Robert Browning, who included it in Pippa Passes from 1841, without noticing true meaning, then owls and bats, cows and twats, monks and nuns, in a cloister's moods, poor Robert. He had been misled into thinking the word meant hat by its appearance in Vanities, a poem of 1660 containing the treacherous lines. They talk of his having a cardinal's hat. They'd send him as soon an old nun's twat. Did they really use the word nun and twat in the same sentence? There is a lesson here about not using words unless one is very sure of their meaning. I can't. What? But I gotta find more. There's gotta be more to this. Where does this derive from? First recorded in 1650 to 1660, perhaps originally a dialectal variant of thwat, unattested, presumed modern English outcome of Old English thwat, akin to Old Norse cut, slit, forest clearing. So technically, I'm calling Barbara a forest clearing. That's wonderful. You damn forest clearing? Now I gotta figure out
Deforestation.
I gotta look up waffle now, you guys. I've gone too deep. Let's find out. She's a forest clearing from Yelp. Oh my god! It says that late 17th century originally in the sense of yap, and the waffle comes from the term Yelp. So she's a yelping forest clearing.
See, no wonder why she can't help herself.
Hey, I had to pop in really quick because I just want to inform you that you better credit Barb because she's the one that did the video about the sexual organs a long time ago. Make sure you credit her. Make sure you credit her.
She misinterpreted twat waffle. She's really a barking forest clearing. A waffle means to yelp or bark, kind of like a bitch.
Why must I go? Did you just say Barbara was the first one to have a grasp on the sex organ?
Yup.
Yeah, she's up the staff.
I mean, clearly, if you educate yourself, it's still not going to do the trick because if she was that much of a expert, she wouldn't be such a fucking pent-up bitch. In my humble opinion, of course.
If Greg was here, I would tease him and say, well, Barb didn't have much to work with.
I mean, I said that to him last night, remember?
Yeah,
Yeah. Poor
she's
Greg.
probably just sick and tired of grasping at straws. She wants a real piece of meat to bite into.
I mean, I'm just cracking up over here that she's pissed off I called her a barking forest clearing.
Didn't Forrest do a scrapbook about it?
I think he did.
Scrapbook 69.
He did.
I'm sorry. I'm just over here laughing my ass off at like the etymology for all this genitalia. It is so fascinating. But now it took away the funniness behind twat waffle. I need to get myself a new mug. I feel like forest clearing, barking forest clearing isn't as entertaining as what it once was. I'm going to go on Etsy and find a more crude sounding insult.
I think you need a mug that says efface this.
I'm laughing so hard I'm dying. I can't even breathe at this point. I also want a waffle now. I have waffles upstairs, but it's just gonna take me going back up the stairs to make a waffle. Waffles sound awesome. Okay, but not that waffle. I feel like there's so much more I could do with this, but I'm just gonna let it go. What's another great insult? Googling.
A waffle should never be wasted.
I'm Googling crude insults. 40 brutal insults that'll crush people's souls. Okay, let's read this. 18 extremely well-mannered insults. May the chocolate chip in your cookies always turn out to be raisins.
Ouch.
May every sock you wear be slightly rotated, just enough for it to be uncomfortable. May your mother come to talk to you and then leave your door slightly ajar so that you have to get up and close it. May your article load that extra little bit as you're about to click a link, so you click an ad instead. May both sides of your pillow be warm. Hold on. Hold on. May you forever feel your cell phone vibrating in the pocket. Okay, what's this one? Insults and comebacks to respond the people who talk shit. How long did it take you to come up with that one? I could eat a bowl of alphabet soup and shit out a smarter statement than that.
I'm going to use that one. I like that one.
I don't argue with idiots. They will just lower me to their level and then beat me with experience. I like to see things from your point of view, but I can't get my head that far up my ass. It's pointless to make fun of you because it will take you the rest of the day to figure it out. It's scary to think that people like you are allowed to vote. Think before you talk. Don't you even listen to me. I think the second one was the best one. Hold on. Epic one-liners. No, I don't want to join your cult. Leave me alone. I want to read this. Where's another one?
Speaking of insults, it appears that I've ruffled Bill's feathers once again.
What'd you do now?
I'd just like to take this opportunity to say, don't take my word for it. If anyone has been around the community long enough, Bill was terrorizing the community way before I showed up. And I find it ironic that I can ruffle his feathers just with my words and opinions. Last I heard, he said if he was in the Navy with me, he would have thrown me off the ship.
I don't know. I remember hearing him tell the story that Forrest was poking him in the chest saying, "Are you threatening me?" And I never heard that happen with anybody else in the chase.
I made a video about that, and I said that's not a story I would repeat, because if you ask anyone around, Forrest had an angry look. He was serious, and Bill was laughing.
You guys, I'm about to turn you on to the best form of insults to ever grace Shakespeare's imagination. Are you ready?
Shakespeare?
Oh, these are all from Shakespeare?
Yeah, these are all Shakespeare insults. We have to bring this back as a trend. Okay. All eyes and no sight. I do desire we may be better strangers. Lump of foul deformity. Oh, gall, oh, dolt, as ignorant as dirt. That is definitely where Cynthia got her dolt from. Light of brain. Thou art a boil, a plague sore, an embossed carbuncle. Long-tongued babbling gossip, a damned saint and honorable villain, not so much brain as earwax, anointed sovereign of signs and groans, clod of wayward marl, the tautness of his face sours ripe grapes, a fusty nut with no kernel, false of heart, light of ear, bloody of hand. O serpent heart, hid with flowering face.
I'm sorry, Candy, but Shakespeare doesn't translate to modern times when it comes to insults. Yeah, I'd feel stupid saying, no, I couldn't insult someone with that shit.
I mean, this one sounds pretty good. Thou cream-faced loon. You walk up to someone, you thou cream-faced loon. They'd be like, what the fuck just happened? Idol of idiot worshippers. Anchor blossom.
Wait a second. I can retranslate the cream-faced loon. You crazy white guy.
He says foot liquor. That's kind of funny. We call it now a lint liquor, but back then it was foot liquor. And you know, that is quite disturbing because weren't they like barefoot a lot?
Yeah.
Ew. No wonder they died early. Okay, blistered be thy tongue. Poisonous bunchback toad. I do that one. I'd call someone a poisonous bunchback toad.
Yeah,
Never
that's a
heard
good
of that.
translator.
Here's another one. When insults had class. He has all the virtues I dislike and none of the vices I admire.
I've heard
I
that
think
one
it's so
before.
funny. Yeah, it's Winston Churchill.
Yeah.
Oh, here's Ernest Hemingway. Or wait, no, William Faulkner insulting Ernest Hemingway. He has never been known to use a word that might send a reader to the dictionary. What? It's funny when authors have fucking beef with other authors. He's a self-made man and worships his creator. How is that an insult? I feel so miserable without you. It's almost like having you here. What? You're right. We're so much worse nowadays. Now I gotta find the real insults. I was looking for twat waffles and shit. Oh, here we go. I think I found the mother lode. So a cockalorum is a boastful and self-important person, a struggling little fellow. Hey, we found the word for Bill. He's a cockalorum. That comes from the 1800s. A cockalorum songster. You guys don't find that funny? A cockalorum? What about a snollygaster? It sounds like something from Willy Wonka, okay? An unprincipled but shrewd person is a snollygaster. A pillock is a stupid or foolish person. A lickspittle, a fawning subordinate, a suck-up. Smell fungus? What? The fuck kind of words are these? A ninny hammer? A mumpsimus? Sounds like a person's last name. A milksop? The fuck kind of words are these? I feel like twat waffle is so much more on brand. A moon calf? No wonder times were so boring back then. A smell feast? I need to go to the I know where I need to go. We're gonna go to Reddit. Reddit is the mecca for insults that are like entertaining. Oh, what is the meanest word to say to someone? Nope, that's not entertaining. Words to destroy your enemies. Oh, here's one. 13 ancient insults that should be brought back immediately. Okay, that kind of caught my attention. The fuck is a rake fire? Someone so uncool that they would outstay their welcome in someone's house until long after the fire had burned down just to the last few embers. What? What the hell? A scobber launcher? A vacation or a break from work? A fop doodle? Someone who doesn't really matter much. There tend to be a few of those at the office too. A fop doodle. That's kind of funny. A ragabrash? A foozle? A wiffle waffle? Adorable? I feel like I'm in the time of Harry Potter now. No, I feel like our generation has the best insults, not gonna lie. Now I gotta look up twat waffle and other insults. Hold on. A douche canoe. Who the fuck made a douche canoe? Twinkie tits? Turd burglar? A twunt? A thunder cunt. That one's funny. A fuck stick? a cuntrag, a cocksmocker, cockwomble. No, that's not entertaining. What? What? Chuckle fuck. Okay, that's kind of funny. What the hell? Oh, cum dumpster. Yeah, I think the best one is honestly a twat waffle. Hence why she's been obsessed and stalking me for the remaining of the 3 years ever since she heard me say that word. That is so weird.
Must have rubbed her wrong.
I mean, if it rubbed her right, never mind. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not saying shit. That's your territory. Oh man, Barb did a video about the sex organs. Better watch out and credit her. I might need a Scooby sandwich. Who's Magnetic Universe? Flip sliding away. What? I prefer raisin cookies. Lucky, what type of violence is this? And Davey is pissed off I'm not reading the insults in a normal voice. I'm apparently not allowed to do it in another voice. That's just fucking weird. Okay, is Troy still here?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Just reading.
Okay, what's your best insult?
Oh, I'm not even thinking of any now. I don't really have any.
I mean, I think my favorite's the one I got from my grandma. Go suck on or piss on a rope and suck on the wet end. That's like the other one that triggered her to the point she must obsessively stalk me for 3 years. So those two combined, I'm really asking for it.
My go-to back in the day was, did your mother have any children that lived?
What?
Yeah, it fucks people up. They're like, first his mother. How fucking, and it's usually a man I'm saying it to her, you know. Did your mother have any children that lived? And you got to maintain eye contact, man. Like not in a vicious way, but just maintain eye contact like you're inquiring for an answer. They're like, well, don't talk about my mother. They don't even fucking hear the part about live.
That's the only part I'm focusing on. I don't care about the mom part. I'm thinking, did she have abortions? Did they not survive? Did they die before they became teenagers because they were stupid? I don't get it.
It basically means you don't exist. You better question your existence. I don't think your mother had any children that lived, man.
Oh, I'm just sitting here thinking, like, did they try putting a fork in the fucking electric socket? This is why if you gave me that insult, I would be sitting here writing a fucking 10-page essay on how I'm confused by this fucking quote.
No, that's when you throw the in, your mother should have swallowed you.
Oh no, that one's pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
I know that one for sure.
Yeah.
Street, what do you call a cheap circumcision?
A what?
A cheap circumcision.
I'm not sure.
A ripoff.
What the fuck? Am I too young for this? I can't. I love how Trusted is being quiet, and we know he's probably got the funniest and dirtiest ones of them all.
No, I just had to start cleaning my spatula from cooking earlier.
Well, we want to hear your best insult.
I don't have any. You usually whatever's truthful based usually works really good.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of how I choose to like tell people off is I make it comical yet still truthful. I don't know if I could just do it on a drop of a hat though. Well, that's an old article. Damn these people. That is some clickbait bitch shit right there. Importance of good sleep. Watching him explain. Yeah, I've been not sleeping good like I normally should. But at least I stopped taking what was it? Benadryl to sleep. Because I mean, technically that's not good for you.
Yeah, that Benadryl is known as ghetto sleeping pills for children.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I was just like, it makes me sleepy, so why not try it for sleeping?
I used to joke about it, just fucking being stupid, man, and say the shit. And then people like my haters picked up on it and say, yeah, this sick fucker like drugs his kids with Benadryl. I'm like, God damn, guys, seriously? You take everything I say serious?
Savage.
Yeah, some of the top comedians have made that and got roaring laughs in large audiences.
Huh.
Because that is really what happens in the ghetto.
That's I can't even finish my sentence. Rare alignment of all the planets in the night sky. Oh no. Oh no. Is this an accurate article? It is. Wait a minute. Is it supposed to be January 6th? What? I think I just clicked something I shouldn't click. Never mind. That's dangerous. So what other nefarious shit are you up to, Street? What are you plotting? What do you want to focus on?
I'm busy with the terrorizers, man. I mean, I'm I'm
You got your hands
I'm
full?
busy holding mirrors up. I'm busy holding mirrors up to people, man. Whether they like it or not.
I mean, we're probably gonna get a lot of shit for being crude on this episode tonight.
Yeah, well. Oh well. It's all opinion, it's all talk. Don't watch it then if they're offended.
I mean, in my opinion, I humbly held a lot back. I could have been so much more crude. There's a grumpy character in the oh shit, there's a new episode of The Last of Us. I don't know if I can watch that one though. Damn. You should be watching that show, Street. You should be watching it.
Yeah, I know.
You're too busy watching The Chase, aren't you?
I'm busy,
Exactly.
man. I mean, it's coming down to the end in the wire, man. I'm busy as shit right now.
You're like fucking running scripts, hiring, chasing employees, getting us to work overtime, not giving us our bonuses.
Well, let's stop and look at it. Barb says I'm attacking the true solver. Bill is right now ranting and raving that I'm attacking the true solver. I made a video today. If you're the true solver, Barb, Bill, David, Dave, Superman, how can anyone
Barb.
steal anything from you? If you solved it, how? Now Dave's a special case because it's someone else stole it. But with Barb and Bill, it's like I've heard for over 3 freaking years. Nearly 3 years. You're waiting for that door to knock. Okay, here's a mirror. Let's look at yourself while you're waiting.
Well, I'd like to mention something about that. Bill was talking shit to me last night in chat, and he had said that I should know better, that you know, the probate case has to be totally done, and that's how it happens. I have never seen Bill produce evidence that he was part of the probate. If he was part of the probate, he would have got a notification from Zoe.
Wow. He's got all trolls in his chat right now. You got, well, I mean, Who Farted isn't too bad, but you have a David Moore, which is sus, because David Moore was Jack's fake email account. You have Fantastic, which whoever's Fantastic, they could go fuck themselves. You have Sophia Champion. And then Yellowstone is the coolest park ever. That's honestly what consists of his chat right now.
And he managed to get Sophia pissed off at him.
Stable internet. So if I'm interrupting anybody, I'm sorry, man. My internet's, I'm about ready to hop on the phone. But I alluded to it earlier. I made a video on or about January 20th, 2019. And
Yeah.
the video was titled, I Found Forrest Finn's Treasure. And Bill fucking went live right after I uploaded it and said I was hinting towards him. He's expecting something to happen.
Well, I mean, I will never understand the concept of everyone's obsession about being a finder of something that's already been found, but okay.
I don't know. Street's been sitting at his house polishing the emerald ring so much. I'm not so sure there's any more emerald left in it.
I know. He's taken Gollum to a whole new level.
There's lessons to be learned, ladies and gentlemen. And by God, I'm here to fucking send them down, especially to certain people in particular.
Is that coffee?
Was that a scrapbook hint, Street?
What?
I said, was that a scrapbook hint, Street? And I looked at my screen and there is no street there.
Interesting. Is there a method to the madness? When will it end? When will it come to a close?
Nobody knows.
Well, I mean,
I shouldn't say nobody, but nobody in public knows.
every time I think of it, I think of Dancing with the Millennium and how he talks about how he is trying to do something to shape the future, and how when we need it most, we'll be able to find a jar. I think the jar is going to be like, hey, this is how you survive a World War III, you dumb fuck. Here's how to build a Noah's Ark round 2. You don't think it's going to be like that?
I have no idea what Forrest has in his jar. I think he said he had the copy of his autobiography.
Yeah, but the whole concept is shaping the future. Future generations.
I don't think a
One
box of GoldenEye clues is going to shape future generations.
Well, one thing for sure, those jars were big enough to put a heck of a lot more in than his autobiography.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I feel like whatever's in those jars are going to be what's going to save us when we need it the most. I used to joke with Street and tell him he needs to let me borrow the emerald ring so I could sling that shit towards an Anunnaki, the David and Goliath style. It's true.
No, you're supposed to put on your tiara and point your fist with the ring towards the bad person.
But I'm not a Power Ranger. I'm not Captain Planet. Can't even find oxygen in my lungs.
I think you should go back to talking about the penis euphemism. That
I
was
know,
really
right?
funny.
Hey, look, it said a 2007 phone sold for more than 100 times its original price. So the first generation iPhone still in its box sold for more than $63,000.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
What is wrong with our generation today? I don't understand anymore.
There
By the
are
way-
too many people out there that have too much money.
yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
By the way, so you came to the general consensus that Twat Waffle's the one.
Yeah, twat waffle and yeah, but even though twat waffle is technically transferring to mean a barking force clearing, so kind of lost all of its magic, to be honest.
Back at school, we just had a whole bunch of them. I mean, mainly around calling people a dick. We would call them, you probably heard all of them, a bagpipe, skin flute, third leg, trombone or shit like that.
That's kind of funny.
And of course, I never heard Twat Waffle before until the chase. To call them fucking taco, all other kinds of bullshit, clam, bearded clam.
That's why I think it's so funny because, like, one day I was at the bar and this girl who I did not get along with one day just literally called me a twat waffle. And instead of being upset or like wanting to punch her, I was like mid drinking my beer when she said it. And I laughed so hard, I like literally almost choked on my beer. Laughed so hard, I literally almost pissed myself at the same time. And then we became best friends after that. Like, I'm really good friends with her still to this day. And you would think someone calling you a twat waffle would just be fucking hilarious. Instead, she's like, it hurts my feelings. It's so wrong. And it's like, do you even know what twat waffle is? Like, shut up. It's funny. It's funny. I've got a mug. I got a coffee mug on the word twat waffle. Like, twat waffle will happen before you. It'll happen again after you. Like, just stop it. It's just meant to be hilarious humor to stop making you such a mean, frigid bitch, Barbara. Take the fucking hint.
Yeah, today was a shitty day for me. I did my income taxes. That's always a bad day of the year. That's why I'm not like funny or whatever.
Oh, you did your income taxes?
Yeah, I got it out of the way.
Dude, I
mean,
did that the day I filed.
I didn't. We had to wait for all kinds of crap to come back.
Oh, that's not fun.
Yeah, dividend statements and all kinds of bullshit. And the what do they call them? The W-2s. They're no problem now. I mean, I use TurboTax and it could.
It's the
download
1099s.
them. Not 1099s for my wife. What are they? The W-2s. 1099s are for
Commission.
yeah, but no, I'm talking about just regular employment, like when you get a job. This is W-2, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I
Yeah.
thought you were saying like you were trying to differentiate W-2s from 1099s because
Oh yeah, no,
that would make it
1090.
complicated.
Yeah, no, I didn't do any work where I had to get any 1099s, nothing like that this year. Just the dividend statements and stuff for investment accounts and interest and all that other crap. Plus, I just didn't feel like but get it out of the way. I mean, we didn't owe money, but
It's
I
just
just
a
hate-
hassle.
yeah,
I mean, I would hope I knew what a W-2 is. I'm a recruiter. Like, if
could
I
be-
didn't know
it
what
could-
a W-2 was, I would have no business being here.
yeah, it could be worse. I remember, like, I mean, because I don't work now, I don't. We don't have enough where we can itemize. So, we end up just taking the standard deduction. So that simplifies things a lot because we can't itemize.
Friggin', what was it? For the past couple of years, taxes and income tax have been insane.
Yeah, I
At least
forgot who
in
it was. You know,
California.
but I think it was Bill actually. Bill, and he's wrong. What probably shouldn't surprise you, but he had said, "Yeah, I'm on Social Security. There's no federal income taxes on Social Security." Bill, you're wrong. I believe it was Ronald Reagan that changed it. It's a very small amount. It's like fucking 5% or some shit like that. If you're over a certain threshold.
Does
You
it
do it.
depend on which state you're in, though?
No, it's federal taxes I'm talking about. Not I don't pay any state tax in Florida, but just federal tax. It's very small. It's like I don't even believe it's 5%. I think there's a threshold, but
I don't know,
it's based on your income. I mean, we filed joint because I'm married, so but when you exceed a certain threshold, then you got to pay taxes on it. So it's not true that Social Security is not taxed. It is taxed. I don't
Yeah,
know about state, but federal, yeah.
I believe somebody told me that had it, that Social Security disability was not taxable.
No, they're wrong. It is because I
Oh,
get
that's
Social Security disability. I get a 1090. I think it's a 1099-R
Oh,
for disability. But usually it depends on how much you get. Usually you always get the 1099-R, but sometimes because it depends on your adjusted gross income. Like I have to file with my wife. So depending on how much she made, plus my my disability, it'll be taxed if we exceed a certain threshold, depending on your tax bracket. It's a very small amount, though. You know what I mean? I don't get anything taken out of this disability checks, but like, man, what is it? Probably it's 5%, something like that. 5% of the total amount that I collect will end up being taxed based on how much money my wife makes in her job.
I'm never filing joint because I'm never letting anyone take what I earn because I'm doing it all on my own. Y'all can fucking sign a prenup.
Or either that, or you could just, hey, just join that. What is it? The trusted the UT tribe in New Mexico. The wife gets everything.
Oh, God.
Zuni.
Yeah, the Zuni. That's it. Yeah, the guy, the man, when he goes to marry a woman, he has to go to her tribe, leave his tribe, and go to her pueblo and live with her for the rest of his life. And
Yeah, he owns the house.
right, if they split up or anything, she gets everything, not just the house, everything. Literally, the guy starts over. But did you listen to the mother though? She goes, it kind of sucks though, because she said, I have like 3 daughters.
Yes.
So they got to provide a house for all 3 of them. So they had to like buy property for one of the daughter to get married. And the other daughter, I think she ultimately said that they'll be living in their house because they just can't afford to buy all these houses. But yeah.
Yeah, the only thing the man was allowed to take with him was what he brought with him when he went to the house.
Yeah. Yep. The only thing we have, I don't know if everybody has it. I don't know if it's a religious thing or whatever, but in general, when you get married to somebody, at least it's been like this with my kids and back when I got married, usually the wife's, the parents got to pay for the entire wedding, and the groom parents, I believe they pay for the alcohol and something else, but like the dinner and all of that stuff's supposed to be paid by the parents. So I mean, and nowadays when people want to get married, weddings are like extremely expensive. We didn't have that. We got married by the justice of the peace. And then we used all the money that we got to go on a nice Hawaii vacation for 2 weeks. So
Fortunately for me, I live in the time of hookup culture, so I don't think I'll ever have to worry about getting married because we'll never get over the whole situationship. So,
Well, I don't know if you want to go live with the Zunis in Zuni, New Mexico, you could buy yourself a house and know that the man that you get involved with can't take nothing, even if you let him come live in your house, even if you get married with him.
yep, can't take anything. Nothing. Shirt that he came with, that's it. They
someone
said-
just asked me if I'm sweet or sour candy. I don't know if I should block them on impact or have a conversation to fuck with them first.
I don't remember Justin, but I think did that woman say whether or not oh no, I forgot what I was gonna say. God damn it. So something to do with the Zuni when shit. I forgot what did you just say, Justin? Oh, you said for her to go there and you just said that she gets to keep everything. Oh, that's it. When Peter was talking to the men in the tribe, I think they were talking about another tribe. I guess it's like a sister tribe, but they ran into problems because of that practice. Like they ended up having tribes with nothing but men in it.
Uh-huh.
Like, and there was no more women or whatever, or because the men would like, or I might have that backwards. Whatever. One of them was dying, and like they didn't have. They either had too many men or not enough women, or too many women and not enough men. I think it was too many men and not enough women.
Yeah, I think that's what they said. They believed that's why Mesa Verde was evacuated.
Yeah, because what happened? I mean, you don't know. Like, you can't plan what you're going to have. So, what happens if they just got unlucky and, had no women? Then what happens now?
In the Zunis, it was pretty unique, where they were talking about that they even let outsiders come in and participate in their the rituals that they do.
Yeah, was it the Hopi res or the Zuni res that he went on and he had to turn off the camera? Like he goes, I want to show you something, but you can't bring the camera in here, and showed him. He was talking about something like that. But then they also went by a kiva, and he wouldn't let him go in the kiva at all. But he said women are not allowed in the kiva. Only the men go in there, and they stay in there for like a month or something like that. They got like a big long thing. The only reason why the women come around is they have to make the meals, feed the men that stay in there. I don't remember which one that was. They showed the dude was driving there. I think they do it every year, but he said that they switch on and off who has to go, because it's like these days you can't just go and spend a month at the reservation. Most of the people don't even live in them houses. It seemed to me, Trusted, they were almost like summer houses, like, because the one guy that he was driving around with, that at least in the Hopi, he asked the guy, he goes, "Do you even live up here anymore?" And he said, "No." He goes, "I live I forgot what town in Arizona." He goes, "I drive out here on the weekends and stuff like that." So there was only a few people that lived there up on that what's it called, up on the top of the mountain? Not a butte, the other word for it. You remember? Busted Mesa? A mesa? Is it a mesa? What does mesa mean? Is it a mesa? You know what I mean? Like the buttes had the flat tops. All of the Hopi would live up on the top. They wouldn't live down in the valley. They'd live on the top. What are they called? Are they called mesas in Arizona? I don't know.
Well, a flat spot on top of a mountain would be a plateau.
Yeah, but they didn't use the word plateau. I think they used mesa or something like that.
I don't remember.
Let me see. Yeah, that's it. It's a mesa, a broad, flat-topped elevation, one or more cliff-like sides. Yeah, they all their houses are the Hopi, and the Zuni weren't like that, but the Hopi. And that was another funny thing. They were like completely the opposite. Like the Zuni, the guy said when you go out in the mountains, they don't observe the stars at all. He said that they're afraid, like they don't go out at night, like they will not observe the stars at night at all. The Zuni. I thought that was strange. They don't do it at all.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, no, he asked him because he was up on the mountains. The guy Peter Santiago goes, wow, it must be cool because the guy was walking them up in Arizona and they were climbing up in the mountains. He goes, this is a very spiritual place for us. This is where we come during the day to talk to our ancestors. And Peter Santiago said, wow, man, the view you must get at night here of the stars. And the guy said, oh, no. He said, before it gets dark, we have to be back in our house. We can't go out at night. And we believe that that's an insult to the evil spirits are out. So they don't observe the stars. They don't go out at all at night. I thought that was interesting because they're descendants from the Anasazi, and the Anasazi observe the stars, but the Hopi don't. I mean, the Zuni don't. I think the Hopi do. So they're all like have all these weird beliefs. And I know before you were talking about the stars, Aldebaran and stuff like that. I know I spent a lot of time researching that with as far as only as it relates to the medicine wheel. And the conclusion I came to is other than the generic term like Aldebaran, I think it translates to the follower. There are other meanings, but they have like these, what do they call it? Etymology, not the words, but the mythology. And all of their stories were different depending on, like, if you talk to the Crow or you go and look at the Shoshone or all the different people that use the wheel, even the wheel itself, the way they treat it. Like some of the things are general, like I believe south is the water and west is the earth and north, all the poles are the cardinal coordinates had the same meaning. But then when you start diving into the stars and all that, they were all like different. They had differences. Even the Egyptians, I think I was reading somewhere that Fomat, which is the Deccan, in Egypt, they used that same star. But in Egypt, whenever that star would rise, it means that the Nile was going to flood. And over in the Shoshone, when that rises, they just know it's the raining season is coming. So it happens before summer solstice, and it's time to plant your corn. And then when Aldebaran rises, they know that they're coming to the solstice in a few days. And then Rigel is midsummer, and then Sirius is 28 days after that it rises. So now you're getting near to the end of the summer, so that they knew it was time. Like the sheep eaters, they knew it was time to get off the mountain now because the cold season was coming. So they would drop down into places like the Five Springs Canyon and the Porcupine Canyon and all that, and live at a lower elevation during the winter. And then they would come back up out of the canyons, go back up at the top once the snow started melting and stuff. But I thought that was really weird. You would think if everybody had the same ancestors, they would all do the same thing. And I was really surprised. That they don't go out at night. I didn't.
What tribe was it? The guy that had said the medicine wheel was bad medicine.
That was no. I don't know if that was a tribe. That's in the J. Ellis Ransom said that if you go back, and I don't believe he mentioned a tribe, but he said if you go back, they considered the wheel bad medicine, and some of the tribes would avoid it because it represents death. The center Karn is where your spirit goes when you die. Like that's what I'm saying. They all have like these weird, I guess, from their ancestry, because they didn't write anything down. They all had different stories. It was not like you couldn't just go there and say, okay, boom, this is what it means for all 81 Plains Indian tribes. They all had different meanings.
Aren't they the brown storytellers?
Well, they all told different stories too. I think it was Lucky in chat was saying, yeah, the stories are the same, just the names are different. No, the stories are completely different.
Well,
But
that's interesting because the way that the line goes down from Carn A, which is Aldebaran, down through Carn D, which is Fomalhaut, which encompasses all of the different rising stars. The Zuni tribe is west of that. They're outside of that.
yeah, like I said, I don't know. But if you read J.L.S. Ransom, his analysis is all based around anthropology, not the archaeology. And it's funny because his book was written and he credits Dr. Eadie, and Dr. Eadie helped him with some of it. But basically, if you read his book that was written in 91, Dr. Eadie came out with his analysis in 1972. And basically, J.L.S. Ransom was saying he's wrong. He said this has nothing at all to do with the Indian tribes. It's older than that. He said it goes back to the Aztec and the Mayan calendar. That's the weird thing I was faced when I'm doing the research on the Pueblos, like it, and trying to tie it up into the Plains Indians. It's almost as if what happened was when they had the land bridge, the Bering Strait. I forgot what they called it when it was an island somewhere when the Ice Age started to end. So the Ice Age began 2.5 million years ago. And it wasn't until 11,000 years ago that it just about completely melted. So 12,000 years ago is when that trail opened up through Canada, and that's where they thought the Clovis people came forth. And then, as you know, they discovered in South America that it predates that by about at least 3,000 or 4,000 years. And I know there's people that claim there's stuff that's older than that, but they're discrediting it because they said there's no evidence to it. They don't have evidence. They have like animal bones, and they haven't really found any tools or anything like that. But so I'm just talking about what they agree with. So what they're saying, and I'm wondering about this, maybe those people that went on the Bering Strait got stuck there. Okay. Like, because they at one point they had to leave because it turned into water. So a lot of them moved over to Alaska. Okay. Now they can't get back to Siberia. Right. Once they crossed that, they couldn't get back. So there's a chance that when they crossed over that area, that's when they call them the kelp people came down, because the ocean levels are 300 feet lower, and they came down where current Washington is in California. And then they came down 3,000 years earlier. And the reason why the Clovis were primitive and they were the stone and the hunter-gatherers is because that's all they can do. They couldn't plant, they couldn't grow food, they couldn't harvest anything. They were essentially stuck living in the frigid north until they started going south. By the time they got south far enough, they met other people living there. That would be the Anasazi and the Aztecs or the Mayans, and they advanced farther than the Clovis people did because they were growing food and they had villages. They didn't have to set up temporary homes and chase the buffalo around. They could grow the food and live there. So people were living there for like 2,000 or 3,000 years, while the Clovis people were up there living like Stone Age people. And then eventually they came down, and that might explain why there's such a huge difference between a lot of their culture. You know what I mean?
Well, and also, whoever it is that originally set up the Bighorn medicine wheel may have been, setting up cultures within North America. The same with Egypt. Egypt has an Upper Egypt and a Lower Egypt. According to Colonel Churchwood, that was established by the people of the land of Mu. The Upper Egypt was, I think, from Western Mu, and the Lower Egypt was from Eastern Mu. They always had that duality set up within their culture. Well, it may be that with North America, what the medicine wheel is showing is the division of the star people and the non-star people. And that would be their division. So one group would say, well, no, that's bad medicine. You know, we don't even go out and look at the stars at night. And the other people are very involved with the stars. And that keeps a type of division between the two.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. By the way, I'm looking at the chat now. Lucky Digger, you're 100% wrong. There is federal income tax on Social Security. I'm not going to argue about it. I collect it and I pay taxes on it. Unless you're getting an extremely low amount of Social Security, there is. And you're right, it's a 1099-R. Okay, for pension, but that's the same thing with the 401k. That's what I would get for my wife's, the 1099-R. But there is federal tax on Social Security. That's 100% wrong that there's no tax. 100% wrong.
I think the guy that had told me that there was no taxes on the Social Security disability, he wasn't the brightest bulb in the shed to begin with, but he got such a low amount, and he filed separately from his wife, and he filed as an indigent person because he owed money to his ex-wife. So I think that's why he just said that, well, there is no taxes on Social Security because in his circumstance, there wasn't.
Exactly. That's what Lucky Digger's does. He or she, whatever, is 100% wrong. I know that for a fact. 100% wrong. Better go check with an accountant. My daughter is an accountant, by the way. She got a master's degree in accounting or works for an accounting firm. So I know what I'm talking about. Unless you're getting a real low amount, like $700-800 or $1,000 a month or something like that, then you're not going to tax it. But that's only because you're not going to reach the minimums or the maximums, the thresholds. But if you have, like, for example, well, I'm not going to tell anybody how much I make, but let's say, just for example, that you're only, like I said, a bad example. Let's say you're only making $1,000 a month from Social Security. That's $12,000 a year. Obviously, you're not going to pay any tax. But if you're living and your spouse makes $100,000 a year, that's probably a bad way. Let's say the threshold or the cutoff point is $115,000. That puts you in another tax bracket. Your wife, if she made $100,000, or your spouse, would have to include your $12,000 that you're getting from Social Security. And if that $12,000 pushes you into another tax bracket, you're paying taxes. Your taxes are based on your adjusted gross income, not your the amount of money that you make when you're on disability. So I'm not going to argue. Just keep it up. I'll just block them because I know what I'm talking about there. But it's a very small amount, like I said. I don't know what the threshold is. I mean, I know my wife don't make $100,000 a year. Not anymore. We used to make good money, but not anymore. That's why I don't have to itemize anymore. When you're making really good money, you want to itemize. You want to deduct any goddamn thing you possibly can. But in order to do
most people also have they have houses in relationship to the amount of income they have. So they're paying mortgages, they're paying interest, so they can deduct their interest, they conduct their taxes on their real estate and things like that. And it becomes important because, heck, people, when they get up into that level of income, their taxes are tremendous in size. You know, I've heard people that made hardly any money bitching about taxes and stuff without having a clue as to what people that are working their ass off and working a couple of jobs, and the husband and wife work a job, and they're bringing in a serious amount of money. The amount of taxes they're paying is serious also.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, it with the itemization, the problem is we pay interest, of course. I got a mortgage and all of that stuff, but we don't pay as much interest as we did. Obviously, when we made good money, we're living in a bigger house. My interest is low on my house. I got a really good deal. The thing is, in order to itemize, you have to add up all of your deductions, including your interest and and medical payments, whatever other stuff you have to. And that total sum has to exceed the standard deduction. If it doesn't exceed the standard deduction, you have to take a standard deduction. You don't, in other words, you don't have enough things to deduct in order to itemize. So
Yeah,
that's why.
when I was in that situation, I'd have the tax guy handle that kind of stuff because he was always on top of whatever the laws were, if there was a change and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to do it because I owned an S Corp, an LLC, plus I had my business. So before my daughter graduated, I had a CPA that would do all the work for me. Nowadays, for the past 15 years or so, you know, even before I was retired, we changed things up. We downsized, and I did my own taxes because I got rid of the S Corp, and our LLC turned into almost like a hobby business. So it wasn't really making enough money, and I had an accountant to take care of the business. But for the personal taxes, we would do it. Most people don't even do that shit, man. They start an LLC and they mix it up with their personal bank account. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to keep a separate account. That's like the worst thing you can do is start paying bills and writing checks out of your business account. Because that's where, if you ever get sued, that's how they pierce the LLC. And that's how they can go after your personal assets. Because if you get sued and you owe an LLC, if the person that's suing you gets a good lawyer, the lawyer is going to go and try to pierce the veil in order to come at your personal assets. And he could do that if you don't keep accurate accounting records, have your yearly board member meeting and all that other bullshit. And with the S Corp, it's even more strict than that because an S Corp obviously has better. That's why Forrest probably used an S Corp over an LLC. It's much harder to let's say pierce the veil because an S Corp is not as easy to create it, and it costs a lot of money. You have to file, you know, all kinds of paperwork. But the LLC, you can make that for a couple $100. It's just online.
Yeah, the S Corp, they call that a pass-through taxing entity, where the taxes pass through the LLC, if it's an S Corp, to the individual. And that's a way that they can take profit and pay the taxes, but leave the rest of the profit in the S Corp. And that's owner's equity. And the owner's equity, when taken out, is not taxable because the taxes were already paid when the profit was made.
Yeah, the LLC was just my wife and I were 50-50. So it's actually the way it worked out is it's taxed as just part of our income, but you still want to keep separate accounting. Like I said, we had a separate bank account. We had a federal tax ID. Nothing was done with our Social Security numbers. But like I said, if you got sued, well, the lawyer could request all your accounting information, and you had better have accurate records because if they look through your checkbook, for example, and see that you're paying your mortgage on your house directly from the business, they'll pierce the veil. They'll go right after your personal assets. That's not how it works. So literally what we did is the business was 100% its own money and we would write ourselves a paycheck. Okay. So the business had its own balance in the account and we would just write ourselves paychecks and we would deposit the paychecks. And then, you know, we didn't have any employees, but if we did, we would have to send them a 1099 for any work that we did because they have to pay the taxes, Social Security taxes specifically. Because I don't know what a lot of people know, but when you own your own business, you have to pay 100% of the Social Security tax. I think the Social Security tax is 7%. And when you work for an employer, what happens is you pay 3.5%. I may be wrong about the percentages. You pay 3.5% of your income to Social Security, and your employer is responsible for the other 3.5%. But once you become self-employed, there is no, you're the employer. So now you got to pay 7%.
Right, and what some people setting up S corps were doing it for, and the IRS looks at it every year to make sure that that's not what's occurring, is they don't take any money. They don't pay themselves anything. So they don't have to pay that extra percentage self-employment tax. And that's a big no-no to the IRS involving an S corp, and that actually could get somebody kicked off of being an S corp.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I used an accountant. I didn't fuck around with the S corp. The LLC, like I said, it was just a small business primarily for my wife. But
Oh,
for the
yeah,
S corp,
and
no,
and that's what S corps are designed for small businesses. I don't know what the ceiling level is, but to the average person, they would say that's a small business. You know, it could be in the millions of dollars in the course of a year. And the average person say, well, shit, that's not a small business. But whatever their threshold is, they want to make sure whoever's running the S corp is paying themselves as an employee, and paying that extra tax into Social Security.
Yep.
And a good accountant knows all that shit.
Yeah, and when we owned the S corp, we were in a different state, so that state had state taxes. So not only do we have to do that, we had state taxes, also the unemployment laws. Right. This really blew me away. This is true with the LLC too. I believe. I didn't know. I don't think we owned an LLC in that state, the S corp. But basically, if you started a business and it's just you and your wife, okay, or just you, right? In some states, you have to still pay to the state towards unemployment, right?
Yeah.
For unemployment insurance. And check this out. Obviously, if you can't collect unemployment, right? It's your business. So but you still got to pay it. It's fucked up, man. It's fucked up that even though you have no employees, you're the only employee, but you have to pay to the state. And I mean, it was a small amount of money, but you had to pay unemployment insurance, even for yourself. And you obviously can't collect unemployment. That was fucking stupid.
I had a friend that owned a convenience store, and he owned the whole block of buildings, and he used to complain about that. You know, he used to say, he says, this is bullshit. I'm going to be for the rest of my life, never be unemployed because I own the building here. I have the store, and this is what I'm going to do forever. And it used to piss him off to no end that he had to pay that.
Yeah, I mean, because why you can't? Why are you paying for insurance that'll never ever have to pay out on you? I can understand if you have an employee, even if it's a relative of yours. But if you're just the one person behind it, you shouldn't have to. But that wasn't the case. And I say in Florida, you don't. I don't believe you have to. I don't know. I don't. Like I said, it turned into a hobby business, so it didn't really matter. We weren't making hardly anything. I dissolved this now. It wasn't worth keeping around.
I think that's why people, when they get to a certain point, what they do is they create a trust and or a holding company, and they have somebody else doing all the work. So, you know, they're getting paid, and those people are the employees, and there's a president, you know, there's a secretary who's the accountant. So those people are the primary people. So the owner is actually only receiving owner's equity out of it.
Yep. And the other thing with businesses, and I know I never did it, but I know you can. I know you can, but I didn't. When you own a business, even if it's just an LLC, okay, and it's a home business, you run it out of your house, okay, you're allowed to write off a certain square footage of your mortgage payment. Let's say you have one office, okay, and or your business is taking up X number of square feet in your house. You can calculate the percentage of what that is overall. So let's say your business is taking up 5% of your house. That means that you could write off 5% of your mortgage, 5% of your electric bill, 5% of your water bill, and so on and so forth, right? But unless you're you're like, paying a tremendous amount of money, like tens of thousands of dollars. The amount that it saves you by the time you're done with your taxes is not worth the negative fact. And what do I mean by the negative fact? What I mean is it flags your fucking your tax return for a potential audit more frequently when you start writing off square footage in your house and, and stuff like that. Now, things probably change now. Like for example, the same is true with the car. But nowadays, when you have like all these people doing Grubhub and all of that, obviously you can write off a percentage of your car payment, and you can write off a percentage of the fuel, and but you had better make sure that that's all you're using the car for, because when you start, it's the same thing like with the account. If somebody really wants to be a cocksucker, and they are lawyers, like let's say you were getting sued because somebody said, hey, that guy works for Grubhub, but he pissed in the food or something like that, right? And you're involved in a lawsuit. And you figure, well, I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, you do. Because a good lawyer is going to go after you and say, well, what do you use that car for? You say, oh, I write it off for business. That's all you use it for is business. And it's just, it became a hassle. It's like, it's not worth it. You know what I mean? It's good. It might save you, like, let's say, $200 a year on your taxes, but for that $200, you run the risk of getting an audit. And I never got audited in my life, so I'm glad for that. But it wasn't worth it, And I know a lot of people who think the opposite. They're like, "Fuck the man," I'm writing everything off, the water bill, electric bill, gas bill, and then what you do is you go in their house, okay. And they say, for example, that's my office. I use that over there for my office, right? So you're sitting on their couch, right? You're drinking a beer and they go, hey, you want to go play some games or something like that? Yeah. Guess where they bring you? They bring you in the office. And they sit down behind the desk and they fire up the computer and they're playing a game. Right there, that means they're not using it for the purposes strictly of an office, So if you're writing off the computer, for example, as a business expense, and you don't do accurate accounting, if somebody really wants to fuck you, they can fuck you, And I don't trust the IRS now. What did they just hire? 17,000 more IRS agents or something like that?
I don't know how many, but I've watched a couple of guys on YouTube that are accountants and talking about these things and how to do these things. But in the end of the day, the smart thing to do is to hire a tax person. But when you do that and you're a truly small business that isn't making a lot of money, you're paying that money that you might save, you're paying it to the tax guy to file forms to account for these things. You're not getting any benefit out of it.
Exactly.
You're getting a fucking hassle.
Exactly. That's why a smart person says, you know what? I mean, if you have a serious business now, I'm talking about a serious one. And by serious, I mean that what they usually say, I think it's 2.3. No, it's not. Yeah, it might be over 2%, 2 times. If let's say you have a job and you're making 50,000 a year, right? Plus benefits and vacation. So you got to count all that in. You got to count the 3.5% Social Security. You got to count vacation pay, because if you're your own boss, there is no vacation. Forget about 40-hour weeks. You're going to be working 80-hour weeks. And then add in all the benefits. And remember that your employer, if you work for a big employer, they probably have maybe 5,000 employees. So they qualify for discounts on health insurance and so on, right? But you're not going to have that discount now because you're one man. So they do have like organizations that you could join to help out, reduce it a little bit. But anyway, as a result of that, I believe it's like 2 point something per times. So if you're making like 50,000 a year, in order to maintain the same lifestyle when you're self-employed, you have to, it's more than double that. You'd have to be grossing now, not net, gross, close to 150,000 a year to have the same lifestyle as if you're making 50,000 when you're working for somebody. Because of the tax. I'm talking about the gross now. Like a lot of people don't know that. You know, they're like, oh, it's simple. I'll just quit my job. But if you're going to do that and you were serious and you were going to make 150,000 a year, what I would do is I would rent a fucking office, a real office. You know what I mean? This way, the accounting is clear cut. You know, okay, where do my office expenses? Well, that's right there. It's rent for the office. It's all the computer expenses stuff. Everything that happens there. This way, nobody could say, well, you're using that on your personal time for gaming and doing that, or on the internet for entertainment, or your family, you know, and your Wi-Fi and your internet and all of that stuff, you know, and they could really fuck you. What pisses me off is that why do they worry about the small guy and do that shit? You know, why not go after the billionaires that don't pay any fucking taxes? Why are they always looking to screw the little guy who's trying to save a buck here and there? You know, it's ridiculous.
Well, Donald Trump, when he was getting into discussion about businesses, and Hillary Clinton was talking about her business experience in the tax bracket that she was in the tax bracket that Donald Trump was in. I think it's pretty obvious how Donald Trump's structure works, because, you know, he has 500 LLCs. And people say, why the fuck does he have 500 LLCs? Well, I believe it's so he can do what it is, like I was saying earlier, how the people with the S Corps, they'll hire people that do everything, absolutely everything. They hire a president of their LLC, they hire a secretary of the LLC, so they're only getting owner's equity.
Yeah,
It's
most of
all
them, they're
been-
writing them off, too. They're taking a loss. They're taking
Yes.
a loss on all of them. Yeah. Yeah.
And so that's pretty obvious what Donald Trump did, but he took it up to a high level of 500 of these things.
You know what, though? I think Elon Musk, Bill Gates, I think they all do the same thing. I think all the rich people do that. It's not just
Yeah.
him.
Why wouldn't they?
I mean, obviously, when Trump was doing real estate in New York, he knew how to grease palms. He knew how to get regulations changed and building permits passed. You know, I think that's why he pissed off a lot of people, because essentially what he did was he used it to work his way up. And then he basically ratted everybody else out and says, this is, by the way, this is what those people are really doing. And he made the average person aware of what's going on. And as a result of that, you know, when you start messing with people with deep pockets, they're going to screw you. And that's the result that we see today. So no, he's not Mr. Good Guy. He's certainly a hell of a lot better than the piece of shit we have in there now, though, you know, and a lot better than Obama. Jesus Christ, that motherfucker. He's the one that took race relations back, you know, in my opinion, because race relations got worse as soon as he got in the office.
Yeah, well, one of the things I remember when Obama was in office was it coming out, the volume of executive orders that he was signing. And the number of those that he signed, he must have signed those as a robo signer, because it was something like 16,000.
Jesus Christ.
Nobody's going to be able to make me believe that he sat there and he read 16,000 executive orders, did the research to find out what these executive orders could possibly be used for. That's just too many.
Yeah, I think this country started going downhill right around the time when Clinton got in there. And everybody's like, oh, Clinton was good with the finances. We didn't have, what was it? We didn't have any debt, or what the fuck was it?
Yeah, we didn't have.
But that's
any
not
debt.
true. The only reason why that looked that way is because of the .com bubble. The .com fucking
Absolutely.
exploded and fucked all the numbers up. He didn't have no budget surplus. That's what I was looking for. He didn't have budget surplus.
Not because of his efforts. Absolutely. I've been saying it since back then. I was like, dude, don't you realize what's going on with this .com thing? They're
Yeah.
the ones that are making the money.
Yep. He was the one behind NAFTA. The motherfucker sent all the manufacturing jobs over to Mexico and overseas. And then Bush George Bush comes in there, and he's the one with the H-1B that took all the high-tech jobs and sent them all overseas. And then Obama came in, and because of the banks and what they did with the housing, fucked up all the housing and shit. We're like in dire straits. We're really not doing good. People don't realize it. They just, I think all the presidents since you know, the 80s, all of them have been doing this. You know, I think you can probably go back to Carter too.
Well-
That guy was a piece of shit.
Well, that North American Free Trade Agreement, another thing that did was create a thing that people named the NAFTA Superhighway. And the NAFTA Superhighway starts on the coast of Mexico, on the eastern coast, goes through Mexico, goes up through Texas into the United States, all the way up to Canada. And control of management of that highway system in the United States was given to, I believe it was a company from France. It was a foreign company, but I believe it was France. And what was happening, and started happening right away, is there was a lot of independent truckers in Mexico being hired to haul goods from the coast of Mexico up in through the United States and as far up and even into Canada. But of course, they went all the way along that. And they had really poorly maintained trucks, you know, some of them dangerous trucks. And they're just with the device there that we use nowadays at the toll booths. What are those called? So that you don't have to stop to pay the toll.
Oh God, we had them for a long time. Like the baskets where you throw the coins in there. The Sun Pass. They like Sun Pass. They call it here. It's like a radar thing. You put it up in your windshield, and when you drive underneath it automatically hits your bank account to subtract the money
Yes,
from
they
the
had
toll.
those set up so they could run tractor trailers across our border without fucking even stopping. Can you
Yeah.
imagine what crossed our border since that started?
Oh,
It
yeah.
could be absolutely anything, including nuclear weapons.
By the way, you're talking about oil. I believe, I don't know this for fact, but what I was reading across a couple different sites, not just, I don't just tune in to Fox and CNN and listen to them. But, you know, you were talking about fracking. Most of the fracking companies are Canadian companies. I don't know whether you're aware of that or not. They're not United States companies. I don't know what the advantage is or why they do it, but they're not from the United States. You know, a lot of them are from Canada. I believe the majority of them, at least the ones that are in Montana and Wyoming and all of that, they're Canadian companies.
Well, the most absolute best technology for the United States that came out in the 1980s, and I've been following it since back then, was a system that could be used to extract oil out of any carbon-based item, whether it's municipal waste or it's crops where they cut the remaining crops down at the end of the year and dispose of it, or if it's chicken guts or turkey guts. And a facility was built to process turkey guts after the original designer, which got the patent, got fucked over by a senator, and it ended up in the hands of Warren Buffett's either son or grandson. And they set up this corporation in South Dakota. One of the investors in it was a former head of the CIA, and they built a facility, and I believe it was $10 million that got put into it. They polluted the local environment from the exhaust coming out of the chimney because it had a sulfur smell to it, because they had to add sulfuric acid into the mix to make a better quality oil out of the process, which obviously I knew what would occur by doing that. The people that were building the facility from the start would have known that. So they purposely polluted the environment, it made a big stink physically and politically and locally, and got in the news. What did the corporation do? they got a $15 million grant from the federal government to finish that portion of the factory so it wasn't spewing sulfuric gas or vapor into the atmosphere.
You know,
And
it's
then they
funny.
closed it down. And then they sold it to a Canadian mining company where they started processing oil shale.
You know, it's funny that you say that because see, I don't know how all that works, but I can tell you, like I grew up in Central Jersey, but in North Jersey, you have if you ever been to New Jersey, you must know what I'm talking about. When you fly into Newark Airport, okay, which is the main airport in New Jersey, people that are going to Manhattan might fly into there too instead of JFK in New York. But you fly into Newark, okay, and right outside there, the main road that'll take you into that you want to go on if you want to go to New York or go down to South Jersey, maybe to Atlantic City or whatever. The first road you probably get on is the New Jersey Turnpike, which is Route 95. It goes all the way from Maine all the way down to Florida.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you've ever been on 95, but if you leave Newark Airport and head south, you'll get to Elizabeth, New Jersey. Look up Elizabeth, New Jersey. That's where all the oil refineries are. And that's also where the longshoremen are that pull in on the docks where they got all the stuff coming in from overseas, right?
Yeah.
But when you're driving down the road, open up your car window and tell me what you smell. It's sulfur. I never knew where that came. I mean, I knew it got something to do with the oil refineries, but for years and years, I mean, still today, they're still doing it. All you smell is sulfur. Now that's directly west of Manhattan. Hey, so they were talking about this in Ohio. I was watching that BCP, and he was talking about because they did. I seen it on the internet too. What happened in Ohio because the jet stream pushes everything west to east, pushed it right on over Pennsylvania, right on over New Jersey, New York, Connecticut. So they're assuming that the chemical spill not only is it going to give people cancer in Ohio within the next 5 years, but people in New Jersey and New York and New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, and California, and probably Texas, I guess. Those would be like the largest state. That's where the majority of our country. That's where most of the people live. Right? I mean, I think you could draw a line right down the border in between the Dakotas and Montana, all the way down to New Mexico. Everything west of that line, including New Mexico and California and Arizona, is only 1/3 of the population. Everything east of that line, that's where 2/3 of the population. And not that many people live in the Midwest. So if you take Chicago and Ohio in that area, they basically, through that chemical spill, are going to get a lot of people sick. So now imagine the oil refineries that's been spreading that there for years. And it's not only that, if you remember in the 1970s, what was it, 9 Mile Hole? The nuclear plant. What
9
was
Mile
it?
Island.
9 Mile Island, that's right. 9 Mile Island in Pennsylvania, right? Or Delaware? I don't remember. Anyway, that's directly east of where we live. And people are attributing that to the high number of cancer, people that get cancer in New York and New Jersey. I think that they know about all of the shit. They just don't give a fuck, you know?
Absolutely, it is known. Not properly building and not properly maintaining and operating the facilities equals profit. Every step costs money to do it. For example, what you're talking about, if you're smelling sulfur coming out of a refinery, that means that the exhaust coming out of the chimneys has not been properly scrubbed. It's not brand new technology. It's very simple technology. Yet they spray a alkaline with water, probably calcium carbonate, in the chimney, and it attaches to the acid and it breaks it down, and in the form of liquid goes down to the bottom, and then it's removed. I mean, this is something that's done. But again, if people are smelling it, it's not being done properly and fully to the ability of what can be done.
Yeah, you could smell it. I tell
They're
anybody.
avoiding paying the extra expense to do it right.
Yeah. It's not strong. It's not like you know how people describe like Yellowstone. I never been in Yellowstone, even though I was in Wyoming. But when you're going near the guys, that literally it'll probably burn your eyes. It stinks, right? It was just, I mean, literally to describe it this way, it's like we would always joke every time we were taking somebody to the airport up in Newark when we were driving back. I'm like, man, who the fuck farted in the car? Because it sounded like smelled like somebody farted in the car. But all the time, constantly, that's what it smells like in Elizabeth, New Jersey, right over by where the longshoremen are and all the docks are, that all of the stuff comes in.
Yeah,
And they've been doing that shit for years, decades. I mean, I remember in the 70s, in the late, no, wait, I'm sorry. It was actually the early 80s. The 70s weren't too bad. But, you know, all of the garbage companies, right? And hospital waste and all of that shit in Manhattan, they take some of that, a lot of it back then, they would just dump it in the ocean. I don't know whether you know that or not.
yeah,
They
I
don't
do.
burn.
I know.
Yeah, people think they burn it. No. They dump it in the ocean. Well, I remember in the 80s, there were the problems that all kinds of medical waste shit was running up on they had to actually put people on the beaches because the shit would come up on shore, you know?
Well, see that's the thing with that system that the guy had designed in the 1980s, and the facility was built in South Dakota, could be used to handle all that stuff. That I'll put it to you this way, and if I was president at the time of that, knowing that kind of thing, I would have confiscated that patent from the corporation that Warren Buffett's relative got their hands on. I would have taken it by eminent domain, and I would have got it out into the public to be used to deal with our waste problem. Because it is such a good system that fertilizers can be recaptured after the crops are grown and the seeds are taken out. All the grasses that are left behind can be put in the system, and the fertilizers can be recaptured and reused instead of seeking out new fertilizers, which the fertilizer companies wouldn't like that, but too fucking bad.
Yeah, that's
Our
nuts. The other,
government doesn't work with that mentality. They do what the corporations tell them to do, what profits the corporations the best, including lighting polyvinyl chloride on fire, which creates dioxin
yeah,
in
the other,
Ohio.
the other thing, and this is pretty nasty too. Yeah, I mean, that was bad. In the 80s, it was hypodermic needles and medical waste coming in, medical waste, right? But the other thing that would come in all the time, and this did happen in the late 70s too, and people would joke about it. We used to get up early in the morning, like 5 o'clock, and ride a bike along the beach for like, I think it's like 2 miles all the way down the boardwalk and then back up, right? And every morning there were people out there cleaning. You know what they were cleaning up? Tampons. When the cruise ships would come by, they go in and out of the harbor there. I don't know if they just dumped the waste or whatever. They got tampons, thousands and thousands of fucking tampons all over the beach. For years, we've seen every day, all up and down the coast. I don't know if they just like when the women or whatever flush them down the fucking toilet or whatever, and the boats don't have a holding tank for fucking liquid. They just dump it out in the ocean, I guess.
Yeah, and you know, there's probably a regulation about that they're supposed to do it a certain amount from the shoreline. But as we know, certain items make it to the shoreline when they get out to the limit where they're supposed to be. So it's really not a good way of dealing with stuff.
Yeah, 6-packs things, the plastic for 6-packs they would float in and just shit like that. A lot of times the birds would get sick. Well, you see the same problem in California, I think. Well, hell, California's even far gone, man. Yeah, you're allowed. What is it in San Francisco? You can just go out and Go out in the middle of the street and take a shit. It's legal. Piss, shit, anything all over the sheets, needles all over the place. They love that thing over there. I would
Yeah.
never live in that fucking dump.
Well,
That's
well, the
Pelosi
same,
for you, man.
the same thing going on. It what's called the Pacific Gyre, and that's a area of the ocean that spins in gyrates, and it's loaded with plastic, huge volumes of plastic from all the years of dumping into the ocean, whether it be from China or from the United States or whoever in the Pacific Ocean region has created this, which is actually a mass of fuel if it's gathered up.
That's true. Yeah, they recycled it. Man.
But the way big business always works is they create a hazard, they create a disaster, a physical disaster, an environmental disaster, or hazard, in order for the government to pay them that did the environmental disaster to then do something about it.
Yeah. No, you know what they'll do to do about them. Here's how they work on it. What they do then is they'll take the money, the government think tank, and say, well, we got to do something about this problem. Okay, let's go over to the Ivy Leagues. Let's go to Harvard and all these other universities. Okay, we'll find some fucking academic douchebag that's just on his ass, right? We'll give them a nice multi-million-dollar grant. They could sit there and come up with an idea. Okay, and that's cool. They come up with an idea, right? Oh, wow, this idea works. Well, you know what they do? They leak the idea out, form a corporation into it, have all the politicians that invest in that corporation, and the taxpayers that funded all the research don't get a fucking dime. And they cash in off of the investments from the research they do at these colleges, MIT, Harvard, all the big ones. They suck the money from the taxpayers so they could sit on their ass and design things. And then they design it, which is cool. Don't get me wrong, but you would think that if you come up with a successful invention on the taxpayer dime, that the taxpayers should own that invention, right? And we should license it. We should license it, and we should get money back for it. My understanding is we don't. They'll create companies to manufacture it, and that's where the politicians get their kickback, because they'll buy stock or they'll get warrants in that company. And then but the taxpayer, where does the taxpayer get anything back?
In the form of slavery.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know, at the same time all that's occurring, well, like I said, when the best idea comes in order to deal with waste in the country, it's allowed to be friggin' mishandled and sold off out to Canada. It's fucking insane. And the thing of it is, the original inventor of that system had a senator that was going to get him funding to build a bigger facility, because all he had was a model of it. And all kinds of crazy shit happened, like when he went to go to meetings, his motel would burn down, and I think that happened twice. Just crazy, bizarre stuff that people say, well, you're a conspiracy theorist if you think that, you know, that somebody was doing it on purpose. Well, you know, irregardless, the senator who works for a state and also the federal government at the same time was privy to the information of what this particular thing was. He had a responsibility to make sure that it was used for the public good, and that's exactly what the inventor was trying to do.
That sucks. I remember, I don't know if you remember this, but in the 70s, you remember the gas shortage when we had mile-long lines and you couldn't get gas.
I was pretty young, but I read about it.
Yeah, they did the odd and even days. If you had an odd plate, you can only buy gas on an odd day. If it was an even day and an odd plate, then you could buy gas, but you can only buy $1 or 1 gallon. I'm sorry, 1 gallon. it was a mess, right? But I remember, obviously, we had we didn't have an internet. We had Usenet, stuff like that. We had Unix, basically, forums and news groups, basically, people would post on the late 70s. And of course, other than that, we didn't have no World Wide Web and all of that. But there was a story going around all the time that some company or some person invented a carburetor that could make a gasoline engine get 150 miles to the gallon. Okay, this was in the 70s. And the rumor was, and I remember listening to my father and, older people would be talking about it. This might have been in the mid 70s. I don't remember. So I was a teenager. Everybody was always talking about it. They were saying, yeah, the government paid the guy off because they didn't want the carburetor to come out because they could make too much money, on selling the gas. So they don't want, they're kind of the same thing with cancer. Like you've heard this story before. They do have a cure for cancer. They're just not want to use it because the pharmaceutical companies make too much money off the treatment.
Yeah.
So, I'm
there's
sorry.
a guy on YouTube that what he did, and he has videos showing the whole process. What he did was he took a lawnmower carburetor, from a Briggs & Stratton engine, and he mounted it on a 5-liter, a Ford 302 V8 engine that's inside of, I believe it's a 72 Maverick. And the trick is to calibrate it properly. If it's not calibrated properly, it's pretty much meaningless. But when it's properly calibrated, his first run, I think he got 40 something miles to the gallon. I believe he's up to 70 miles to the gallon on that. If he can do that today, the auto industry could have done that decades ago.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember if it was 150. I may be exaggerating. It was at least 50 or 75 or 100 miles per gallon. I remember that. So does JK Pioneer in the chat remembers it too. But I mean, I can't link to it because there was no internet. But I don't remember. All I remember is that was a story, and it could have been, just people speculating. But it was really bad. I mean, I can tell you when I turned 17, I was working at a gas station. Actually, at 16, I was working at a gas station. That's when I got my working papers. And I remember when the gas shortage happened, we had to have police there because people were fighting over the gas. I mean, literally, it was bad, man. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. The miles long lines. It was so bad. Now, could you imagine waiting in line for an hour and you get up to the pump and the guy says, "Oh, you can only get 1 gallon or $1, whatever, because you got the wrong plates." Unless you're a doctor or a nurse or a fire, EMS or a fire department, somebody like that, it doesn't matter. If they had a ID that they had that, then they could buy as much gas as they wanted. But everybody else was limited. Like I said, if you had an even number on your plate, you can only buy gas on even days. I'm sorry, you could buy as much gas as you wanted on an even day. But if you pulled in with the wrong plate, you could only buy a gallon a day. Obviously, you could probably go to a second gas station, but that would be stupid because you'd probably burn a gallon sitting in line. But yeah, everybody's talking about it. Yeah, this guy, he invented something that would get awesome miles per gallon, 100 miles to the gallon, but they paid him off because they don't want the invention to come out because the oil companies would suffer. I definitely believe that was true. Just like I believe they cured cancer. They just don't want to do it because the pharmaceutical companies are getting rich off of chemotherapy, radiation. They don't want to cure it. They don't want to cure diabetes. They don't want to cure any of that shit because they would rather be selling you drugs. And the other problem is if they kept on curing everything all the time, people would live longer and we'd probably run out of place on earth for people. Who knows what the strange reason why they do it, but I don't think they'll do it for that reason, Sad that everything is controlled by greed,
Yeah, and the way our federal government is going, they're looking to outlaw everything. It's only a matter of time where, even though the guy can show people, and it can be redone, you know, if all the cars aren't taken out of all the junkyards, but it can be done legally by getting old cars out of the junkyard and rebuilding them and building cars that will get 70 miles to the gallon, because they never originally had all the special pollution controls, which there isn't the pollution coming out of these things that are being made like this guy is making, because they work that efficiently.
Right. Yeah,
But
that's
they're
just another.
trying every way possible to make sure that we people can't do stuff like that.
Yeah, I think we do need, eventually we need to get away from fossil fuels, but there's, I mean, we're not prepared to do that yet. That's all I got to say. We're just not ready to do that yet. And
I agree. I agree. There has to be an end game.
Yeah, but there's a lot of other things you could do, like you were pointing out, other more efficient ways to handle materials, waste and stuff like that. There's a lot of things you can do, but I just don't. I just don't think people give a shit. They just don't care. Sad, man. They go, whatever. What do I care? I'll be dead. 100 years from now.
Because the primary thing that comes out of that system that I was talking about is fuel oil, a high grade fuel oil. That's awesome. But what also comes out of it is gases that can be captured, minerals that can be captured for fertilizers. It's just insane that project that the senator was going to help get money for never took off. That instead, the guy on a physical level was exhausted in dealing with the situation that he eventually sold out. And then it eventually, the ownership of the patent left the country.
Sad. But I'm gonna get off there early. Go early. It's 2:00 yesterday. I wasn't on that long today. 2 hours. I just wanted to pop in. I didn't even think I'd be on that long, but I see everybody left, so it's just you and I. But so yeah. By the way, I just want to make sure you received the email I sent you today, right? You got that? What you asked me for?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, all right. So yeah, I don't know if I'm going to go live or not on Wednesday. I am going to pay for the Zoom thing. I'll use Paul's money as he requested to pay for Zoom. But I'll be live sometime this week. I'd like to hear more about the stuff that you're discovering, because you're discovering a lot of shit that I wasn't aware of.
Well,
And,
I think you can discover even more, because once you get them first two boundaries, the east boundary and the west boundary, I'm sure there's a lot in the middle you can find.
Yeah, because like I said in the email I sent to you, I'm confident that Try the Wheel, the way we reveal it, okay, I don't think that that's a coincidence at all, because we're not just randomly pulling letters. We're actually doing specifically what the poem says. But here's where the catch comes in. Okay, so that takes you to, if you've been wise and found the blaze so quickly down your quest to cease. Stop right there, right? So right there enough, you've already displayed the message. So I explained to myself why I picked the Wyoming medicine wheel. And I also explained how I'm interpreting it when you go boots on the ground. I read the poem again, and this time I apply it to the currents, A, B, C, D, E, and D, and that's how I do what I do, right? But like I pointed out to you in the email, that's where I could be wrong. You know what I mean? There's a chance that Try the Wheel means a different wheel. I mean, Mike Calazar is right. When he's seen it, when he was saying, well, what if it means Wheeler's Peak in Taos, which is the tallest mountain in the Rockies in the state of New Mexico, Wheeler's Peak. What if that's what he meant, Try the Wheel? Or what if it is the Bighorn medicine wheel, but I'm not interpreting the word try properly? Try the wheel. The word try means to apply an effort, right? So what effort are we applying? So maybe your effort is, you know what I mean? Maybe you'll discover, somebody that's watching it will discover, hey, Troy, the way you're applying the wheel is wrong. Or, I was trying to keep it simple, stupid. Yes. And I used the Eat Eddie document because that's what's on site. That's why I didn't show anybody the ransom stuff, jailless ransom, because that's not on site. That took me research to find. And I didn't want to complicate it. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't want to get into astrology and start explaining the mythology of the stars. And, I just figured, let's be a layman. Let's go to the fucking wheel, pick up the documentation that's there on site and use it with the poem. But I could have interpreted it wrong,
Yep. Well, the interesting part to me about that, it can be used to point to Wheeler Peak in the configuration that I'm using. And I think you use F and E, Karn, right?
E and D, because the way Sam Smith used to say it as a joke, he's like B and J, right? It's peanut butter and jelly. So he said the way I'm reading it when I get boots on the ground is reading the end. When he says the end is ever drawing nigh, he's saying the END is ever drawing nigh, the END Karn. So the D Karn is pointing up this beginning of the creek, your creek, right?
Yeah.
Five Springs Creek. And the E Karn, if you follow the sundown, is the intersection that you're supposed to follow the creek up into Five Springs Creek Canyon. So it is the creek. So that's essentially what it means by drawing nigh. You basically got a loop there. But the other thing is in the poem, when he says, when you put in below Homer Brown, okay, this is what I was telling Sam. I didn't want to get involved in the solve at this time. But anyway, basically, he's describing where you came from. So when he says it is ever drawing nigh, you can interpret that as a wheel. It's ever drawing nigh. It's a fucking circle. It never ends. Right? It's also no place for the meek, because why? Because only the brave go there. It's for India, it's for natives, right? What do they go there for? Vision quests. It's only boys that go on vision quests, not girls. So it's the brave. It's not a place for the meek. So what he does is he's taking you out of the place for the meek, and you put in on the road below it, and then you're going up into the canyon. So when you intersect the sun, you're going to be facing the Ekarn when you're down in the canyon. You know what I mean? So when you're looking up at the blaze is coming up over no place for the meek, and you're walking towards it, just like the dashed line in JLS Ransom's document. That's basically it. But before I seen JLS Ransom, because he describes that as the line where the dead go. He's not talking about the solstice. If you read the book, he's saying that's where the dead spirits of the dead go. But it just happens to line up with the E and the O, Karn. But yeah, that's the gist of it. But I didn't want to say any details because I was curious, like, what do you come up with? So in other words, how do you think there's another way to interpret that wheel, or maybe move that? Maybe you could literally take that map and use it on Wheeler's Peak. Remember, he said, try the wheel.
Well, it does point from A Karn through C Karn, can point to Wheeler's Peak. And what I found about that is, you're saying Wheeler's Peak is the tallest peak in New Mexico.
Yeah, it's Taos Mountain, which is where he flew to drop Olga's ashes. Think about that. And look at Medicine Mountain. Medicine Mountain is 10,000 something feet, right? But the wheel is at 9,600 feet. So the wheel is 600 feet lower, and it's like a plateau. Well, imagine if he was dumping ashes and he looked at it, he goes, boy, this looks really cold up here. Because it is. It's at over 9,000 feet. It's barren land. There's no trees, nothing up there to block the wind. Well, down in the basin there is. So if you look at Thrill's face where he dropped her ashes, he's saying, even though she told me to put him on Taos Peak, I didn't. I went up to the top and it was too cold. So I put him down where the animals were. Now think about that. The animals never go above the tree line. The kind of animals he's talking about, they stay, including the chipmunks and all of that shit, they stay at about 7,000 feet, which is exactly where that campsite is 7,200 feet. Right. So that's basically that. So what I'm saying is maybe there's if you literally took that map, Edie map, and put it on top of Wheeler's Peak and kind of did the same thing, does it point to anything significant? I didn't actually do that test. That's the kind of stuff that I never did in New Mexico. So all the shit that you're discovering is really cool. I didn't think about it. I also never thought about connecting that wheel to New Mexico at all. I never thought about drawing a line down to New Mexico. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, there's some interesting things that wheel draws a line too.
Well, it'd be cool if it drew a line to another wheel, like, you know, and
Yeah.
then you go to that wheel, then you use that. Like, in other words, you know, that might be that. I mean, like I said, try the wheel. It means make an effort. So what does he tell you in stanza 6? You know, your effort will be worth the cold. Right. So, and it's cold up at the wheel, your effort. You got to apply an effort. I don't think you physically need to be there because, like you're doing at home, you could just print out a topographical map and draw a perfect line from point to point, you know, or whatever.
Yeah, all I'm doing is I'm taking a regular piece of paper, notebook paper, and I'm using the red line as the north line, and I'm just holding it up to Dr. Edie's diagram, and the coordinates that I'm choosing on the diagram, I make a line, and then I do Google Earth or Google Maps and open it up with the pin at the wheel and put that in place and see where it goes.
Yep. That's the other thing I probably should say. When he said try the wheel, I essentially, what I did is I used the wheel like a vision quest. So all of the lines that I drew, they came from the same lines that Edie used. In other words, I sat in the F-Carn and drew the line across Aldebaran, drew the line, you know, but the only difference that I made, the only difference is that when you're standing at E and looking at where the sunrise is, like Forrest Fenn said in Looking for Lewis and Clark, he goes, I used mountain man wisdom and I looked to the east. Sun was up to the east, so I looked to the south. The south was the tallest mountain I ever seen. So Donnie and I found the nearest fast running creek and we followed it because it's going to lead you out of the mountains. So what he essentially did is he put his back to the sun and walked away from it. So in other words, he's looking from the perspective as he is the sun. So he's standing in the northeast facing southwest, right on that vector. And then after I drew that line and I crossed right over the road that takes you to the campground, right over the waterfall, right over that campsite, right over the road that you need to turn off to go up there, and then right over Rainbow Canyon, which is right. I'm like, geez, and I'm like Sam. I feel like an ass. Why didn't we figure this out? It was too late, but that could be that could be wrong, you know, that part.
Yeah, see, I essentially took the same notion, but instead of using the Earth sun, I used Aldebaran because I had in my mind that I think this is the most important direction that's being pointed towards. But instead of looking at that respect, I went up to Aldebaran and the Acorn, and I looked south instead because, you know, my Saturn pattern, that to me, that represents the eyeball, the watcher. So, you know, following meaning watching something, following it, observing it. So, you know, I use that concept and work downwards and say, well, what Carn do I pick here? I was like, okay, C Carn looks like the most logical choice. So I used that one first. And then I found that, well, I could use the edge of the C Carn and it goes to a different spot that is important. And I can use the other edge of the C Carn, which goes through the Nook, and that goes to a location that's important. So I even went to the other side of the northern line, and I went that direction off of the D Carn. Yeah, the D Carn. I followed the D Carn, and that went right to the corner of southwest corner of New Mexico, I'm like, bingo, this is encompassing all the good stuff in the middle.
Right. And it matches up what Preston was saying, because Doug Preston said, you know what I would do? I would draw lines to all the places Forrest Fenn mentions in the book. By the way, the other thing that we thought about, Sam and I, is when you look at, if you want to keep it simple, again, right? If you read the poem, there's no place for the meek. Okay, so imagine you just walked into the wheel. Now remember, when you go in the wheel, there's a sign there. It says walk clockwise. You're supposed to make a left. So in other words, you're guaranteed that we're going to reach the acorn first, right? Guaranteed, right? If you follow all the directions when your boot's on the ground, you have to go left. So we're going to get to the acorn. Well, think about it. No place for the meek. Well, Aldebaran is the brightest star in Taurus the Bull. And what does Taurus the Bull symbolize? Symbolizes strength, power, domination. No, the opposite of meek, right? Yeah. And then he says, the end is ever drawing nigh. Okay. Well, the Beacon represents Rigel. Rigel is Orion the hunter. What is Orion doing? He's wielding a bow. He's actually hunting Taurus. If you want to read the stories about it, he's hunting Taurus, and I believe there's 3 sisters involved or something like that. But anyway, okay, so now we got the end is ever drawing nigh. There'll be no paddle up your creek. What is Sirius? It's the dog star. Translate to glowing, lit, scorching. It's Canis Major, the greater dog, Orion's hunting dog. Well, what do dogs do? They dog paddle. There's no paddle up your creek, just heavy loads and water high. Well, by the time you get to the Decairn, Fomalhaut, which is the lonely one, the solitary one, it translates to the mouth of the fish. Okay. Well, that's part of Pisces Astreneus, which means the southern fish. And what it is drinking water from Aquarius, which is the water bearer. So that means that the Decairn is representing water. Now, if you look in the sky, Fomalhaut is literally right next to the Milky Way. And that whole area of the sky, if you look in astronomy, is known as the celestial sea. So essentially, you could read the poem and it takes you A, B, C, D. And then when he gets to the next line, it says, if you've been wise and found the blaze, well, you're standing at the Ecarn. You're looking northeast and you're standing at the Ecarn. If you've been wise and found the blaze, look quickly down. Your quest has ceased. Well, look down as if you are the blaze. So do a 180-degree turn and look down from E down, and it points you right down to the heavy loads and water high and all that, everything he just described. Uh-huh. So it takes you to the intersection. Now, so when you drive down there and you get to the intersection, you can just see a sign that says, turn here. And the only thing you're going to get to on that road is the Five Springs campground. So you're going up Five Springs Creek, right? And heavy loads of water high. Well, it's going to say Five Springs Waterfalls, right? When you get to the campsite, right? And then when you park your car and get out of your car, there's a sign there. It says, follow this trail to water high, basically the Five Springs Waterfalls, where the Five Springs Creek goes on. And then in the bottom, it says, beware falling rock, right? So heavy loads. So when you get to the point where the ninth, the closest campsite, a place that you would carry scamp, and the Marble Gaze is the waterfall. It's the closest place you could rest near a waterfall. Tarry Scale, Marble Gaze, right? But that area, if you look to the right of the trail, look south, that there's a gigantic rock slide there. There's thousands and thousands of boulders and rocks that slid down the hill that come crashing down in to the creek. So it's right at water high. If you continue to stay on the path, it takes you to a waterfall. And that's originally where we thought it was. But that's wrong, because he's telling you to get off the waterfall. You know what I mean? And that was a mistake. That's the part I didn't have figured out until it was too late. It was like 3 days after June 6th. It was already too late. So, but yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I felt so good about it. And I just looked at Sam and I'm like, Sam, why did we not see this? Especially Sam. I felt bad for him because I'm like, dude, you've been working on this since 2012. And not once, I have no fucking idea why, but not once did anybody say, hey, what about Five Springs? Nobody. And if you look at that woman that used the try to wheel, She did that. She went down Five Springs. She followed the sun, but you know what she did? She went crazy and followed it all the way to Batiti, all the way across the entire basin. And then she was down by Batiti, working her way north towards Cody. And then the other thing everybody would do is they would use wetting of the waters, which is where the Bighorn River begins, where warm water salt, you could say it, right? And they would take the Bighorn River to the Bighorn Canyon down. But instead of putting in before they got to the canyon, they would go in the canyon, past Devil's Playground, and then into Devil's Playground, up Porcupine Creek, and everybody would end up Porcupine Creek. So literally, they got the first two clues right. They got the right place for warm water salt. They got the right canyon, but instead of putting in, they went right past 7 clues. And that's exactly what Sam did. I did it. And everybody, as far as I know, have done it, except for Jack, I guess. If we're correct, and I don't know. But that's the cool thing. I mean, if I'm wrong about Five Springs, maybe the stuff that you're finding or the stuff that other people see as a result of what you're putting out there, maybe somebody will tell me, hey, Troy, it wasn't the Bighorn Wheel. It actually points down to New Mexico, you know, or whatever. Or it points to somewhere else in Wyoming, you know. Cool stuff.
Well, see, that's what I enjoy about this kind of solving that you're talking about is, you know, there's some real logic to it. There's some real structure to it. It's not just random. It's not just randomness. I mean, there's real structure to it. Solid structure that doesn't need some outside source of information.
Exactly. You could go to the wheel. You could literally, the whole key to it was that if you don't solve the poem and find out the wheel, you have no idea that you're at the right place for warm water salt. But once you know that, all you got to do is find out the information that's at the wheel and literally follow what the map is on the ED map, and it actually works without doing anything funky. That's kind of why I get annoyed with Mario. It's not that I'm putting Mario down, but when Candy said that the other day, what Mario is doing is not in any way, shape, or form similar at all to what I'm doing. You know what I mean? And I really took an offense to that because it wasn't all my work. Well, Five Springs was. I did that. But Sam, you know, it was just a lot of years and a lot of work. And we're already insulted enough that we didn't find a chest. We don't need to get more insulted, you know. But yeah, and it's even insulting. We'll never know if it's true or not. So who knows?
Well, I don't know if it's going to be a never thing, but
yeah, I hope, but I don't know. I don't know. Like, it was a good question that Jens asked me. What would they do to prove it was 9 Mile Hole? Well, there isn't. I mean, even if Forrest Fenn did record a video, which I doubt, and he came out and he said, for clue 1 is Madison Junction, clue 2 is my father's rock, and you go across the river and it's there. I wouldn't believe it. And the reason why I wouldn't believe it is because, frankly, because his solve that he would give out would not be as good as mine. I don't mean to sound arrogant, but what I'm saying is it doesn't make any sense logically. They're not following the poem. And I think a person that doesn't put any effort into it, you could look at that poem and it's so vague that anybody could make it fit anywhere. So it would be very easy for Forrest to just say, look at his email. And he looks in there and let's just say he sees Jack, for example. Okay, I got Jack going to Yellowstone or whatever. I got Billy Bob going to Yellowstone. I got this going to Yellowstone. Hey, you know, everybody sends them their solution, right? All he had to do was tell Shiloh or somebody, hey, go get the treasure chest, wherever it is or was. Go get it, open it up, take this title out of it, and move it. And he moves it to a spot that he knows it's going to be found in June. And he could do that, and nobody would be able to say, oh, it's a fraud, because it'll be found. And Jack might actually believe, hey, I really did find it. But in reality, the only reason why he found it is because Forrest Fenn put it where he knew it would be found. And I don't mean to say that he picked Jack out. It could have been Wilma. It doesn't matter. It would make sense if you want to end it. You're going to move it to where you know it's going to be found. And he would do that. And K-Pro and Cynthia and all of them might honestly believe that it was really found, but in reality, they're just helping him push, his ending. And it's sad. That's what
they're operating all out of, I'll say it as inside hints. And if I was them and I wanted to promote 9 Mile Hole, I would come up with a good solve that leads to 9 Mile Hole. Not some silly nonsense because Forrest made some kind of hints. That's ridiculous.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Show how the poem is relative to a Where Warm Waters Halt. That a person could realistically find.
That's what I'm saying. That's all I ask. And I have not seen anybody do it for 9 Mile Hole. Nobody.
Yeah, and I'm not going to do it, and I'm sure you're not going to do it.
I tried to do it. No, I actually made a video that's called "Throwing Him a Bone" or something like that, and I showed him how you could possibly do it, but nobody wants to pay attention to it. I swear to God, when you read the poem, it is not telling you to go down the canyon. It's not. It's saying begin it. Period. You might as well just put it there. Period. There. Begin it. And then everything after the word "where" is a subordinated clause. Begin it. Where do I begin it, Troy? Well, you begin it where Warm Waters Halt and take it into canyon down, not far, but for a while. But people don't read it that way. They're reading it, okay, I got to go where Warm Waters Halt, and let me stop there. Oh, and now he's telling me to go down the canyon. Beep, you made a mistake right there. So that's where 9 Mile Hole fails right away. Why would Forrest do that? But first of all, it's not even a box canyon. So you're taking in the canyon downstream, they're interpreting the words different. And then where's the home of Brown? What would make that a home of Brown? And don't tell me they had to research his father's fishing logs. I'm serious.
That doesn't make any sense that would play a part in it.
Right. Do you realize how many places that people do brown trout in that park? And let's forget about the fact that if you really go and research Yellowstone, which apparently they never did, but the real home of Brown would be Fishing Bridge, because that's where everybody fished. They didn't go to Madison. They just, and so if Forrest Fenn learned fishing under the tutelage of his father, he learned how to fish on the Yellowstone River. By the time they got to the Madison River, he was already a 12, 13-year-old boy. And now he's ready to get his fishing license. So there's nothing more special, right? There's brown trout at Greb Lake. They have a spawning spot there. There's brown trout all over the place there on the Firehole River. South, along the Firehole River, south of towards the headwaters. There's brown trout up there. There's brown trout. There's brown trout in the Bighorn River. There's brown trout. Siggs Canyon is a spawning location for brown trout at the Rise. So what makes, now when the word home means place of origin. That's a home, a place of origin, a brown. So why is B capital? Nobody, they won't, if it's so simple, why can't they lead us through the poem like I do? Why can't they do that? And take a step-by-step through the poem and just say, here's how it takes you to a precise location. They can't do it. They can't. Their blaze is on the opposite side of the water. So even when they try to use logic where it's saying that it's going to be cold, meaning they're trying to interpret that you got to ford the river, but it's not in line with where the blaze would be. And Forrest Fenn said the poem will take you to a precise location. He didn't say it'll take you to a football field that you got to trip around over 50,000 logs that'll look the same. And you're going to find a log on the ground, right along a major artery to take you into the park. I just I'm droning on it. I don't want to talk about it no more. It's just that's why I bust their chops, because they don't have a solve. I challenge somebody to come out and show a real solve at 9 Mile Hole, and they can't do it. They can't do it.
I won't do it because it'll just give them ammunition for what it is they're doing.
I tried to do it. I mean, I used to look in there. When Sean Dotson, everybody used Madison Junction as their home, as War Motors halt. But people were doing two different things. Either they would stop at the Father's Rock. That's nothing new. I know two people who were across that river and took video in 2017, and there was no chestnut spot. But regardless of that, most people would go right down past there, right up past Brown's Hole. Not Brown's Hole. Yeah, it is Brown's Hole, right? Baker's Hole. Past Baker's Hole into the Hebgen River. Or they would be over by Quake Lake or somewhere around there. They would end up out there, right? The other group of people would to take the canyon down as the Firehole Canyon. So they would begin at that Madison Junction. They would go towards the south because their interpretation of Water High is the geysers. But that makes even a hell of a lot more sense than where is Water High at 9 Mile Hole? And where's heavy loads? Loads, plural, not a rock. He said heavy loads, right? I tried to make it fit. I wanted to make it fit, but I ended up at Crab Lake, and then I'm like, I just couldn't get it to work, and then I just ended up leaving the park after Man Alone convinced me. He said that there's no way, Troy. It's not legal. You can't put it there. And he goes, so why not eliminate it? And that's essentially why I eliminated everything.
Well, that's probably why Jens is still hanging on, because he doesn't have a solve to apply to what it is that they're promoting.
Well, why doesn't Jens pay attention to the stuff that you're talking about, stuff that I'm talking about, the stuff that Street's talking about, stuff that Candy's talking about? Why not? I mean, if I was an investigative reporter or somebody working on a documentary, I would want to go at it from multiple angles. In other words, I would want to show another perspective of it, show contrast, because of the fact that no matter what he does not have a solution, because the person who found it didn't give a solution. So if it was if Jack gave out a solution, then I can understand what he's doing. I'd be like, okay, it would not make sense to not use Jack's solution. But because Jack doesn't have a solution, and because of the fact that these people are relying on, my God, you have to go look at microfiche in Texas. You have to know who Forrest Fenn was. You have to know who his father was. You have to know he was at Yellowstone. You have to know where he fished. It's all backstory. Most of it not even in the Thrill of the Chase. And then when you read the Thrill of the Chase, says the hints in there are subtle. They will not lead you to Chester. It's subtle. They will help you with the clues. Subtle. Well, I can open up that book, crack it open right to the page because it's the only color photos in the book. And right there at the bottom of the page is 9 Mile Hole. So you tell me that's all we had to do was just crack the book open, go to that's Forrest Fenn's subtle hint right there. Boom. That's it. And Mike Calazares, he's funny. He's like, yeah. He goes, Troy, it's simple. It's a little boy talking about his favorite fishing hole. I'm like, well, what story did you read? The story that I read, it was a little boy who found his first artifact when he was with his father that happened to be an arrowhead. And it turns out to be a massive Southwest Indian collection. And in Golden War, he tells you, I want to give you the feeling of what I felt when I was amassing my big collection. He doesn't go in there and say, I want to go and tell you where you're going to fish. I just nothing. It's so easy to discredit that solve. And I can't believe that everybody's going, And I think you're right. I think Jens knows better. I think he's trying to be cautious because somebody's going to jump the gun and they're going to come out with a solution. And then the real solver is going to come out with the real story and make them all look like fools. And
Pretty
not only
much.
that, they'll ride the coattails of it. And I was talking to Steve Klein about it. You could ride the coattails, take advantage of all of the work that Netflix will do. And you could use it, and there ain't a damn thing they can do about it. You could use their publicity and ride their coattails and come out with a documentary that, let's say, explains my solve and goes from my perspective or your solve or somebody else's solve with concrete, logical evidence of a poem solution. And then you turn it around and totally make it look like they're fools at Netflix. And people, just as many people that watch their documentary will watch yours, and they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and like I had said before, that documentary will be known as the bloopers.
Yep. And that's one of the other things I was talking about Candy about. I'm not trying to copyright. Nobody's copywriting Try the Wheel. Nobody's claiming you can't look in the Bighorn Mountains. Nobody's claiming you can't have a solve. Nobody's claiming they can't discuss it. The only thing that we don't want to see happen, and I swear to God, we will fight it legally. We don't want to see somebody profit with a documentary, and inside that documentary, without getting our permission, they show us how to reveal. And it requires moving very specific words in a very controlled manner. It's an algorithm. It's a series of very specific steps. There's no other way to duplicate it. If they replicate those steps and information that's already been prior published with copyright messages, they're going to be sued. And the funny thing is, even if we lost the lawsuit, the publicity alone will be enough for me and Sam or his heirs to go and hire somebody to do a documentary and ride their coattails and make them look like fools. So I caution them, if they ever watch this, that if they do it, I'm ready to play that game. And I personally don't have money, but trust me, I know people, and I also know documentary people. I know they don't work with Netflix. That's low crap. I'm talking about History Channel, Discovery, big stuff. So good luck, Netflix, or good luck, publishers. Be very careful.
We probably shouldn't be going along this line. Our hostess might not appreciate it.
Yeah, that's true. I kind of forgot that we're on her channel. Well, she can delete the ending if she don't like it. Yeah, I if she listens to this, it's not. I'm not doing this as an intention to talk about her. I'm not even talking about her at all. I'm just talking about in general. You know what I mean? And I think that Jens, like you're saying, that's why I hung out in the show. Because I don't think Jens is stupid. I think he's aware of what's going on. And I think he's being really cautious. And there's a chance that, he'll do more research and come out with a good story. I mean, Lord, I know it's possible, That's what I would do if I were him. I wouldn't jump the bandwagon that I'm on home. But yeah. So anyway, Trusted, nice talking to you again. And yeah, like I said, I'll try to talk to you during the week. We could hear more about the stuff you're discovering.
Yeah. I got something going on in the middle of next month, the early middle of next month. But yeah, I'll be around.
Yep. And again, Candy, if you watch this, I don't just edit the video and clip out the ending if you don't like what I'm saying. I honestly, Candy, I'm not insulting you or not. I'm just talking, and I aggravated myself because every time it comes up, so that's cool if you want to delete the ending. I'll talk to you later then, Trusted.
All right. Take care. Why
Yep,
must
good
I
night.
go?
Yeah. Take care. What's your name? Keith? Kenny? I forgot.
Oh, my name?
That's Keith or Kenny, right? The name, the alias is Keith.
Kelly.
Kelly, that's it. All right, Kelly.
Yeah.
I'll see you.
That androgynous name.
Yep.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Bye.